Nestled in the hills of northwest Connecticut, the Berkshire Mountains as your backdrop, and one of the oldest traditions in America, road racing as your stage. We welcome you to Lime Rock Park on this Memorial Day weekend for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. 60 years of history on this mile-and-a-half natural terrain road course, and today the fight for the TA Class Championship takes center stage. And good afternoon, everyone. Alongside Andy Lally, I'm Ford Martin. Thanks for joining us as the rain's starting to fall here a little bit, but that's really no surprise up here in northwest Connecticut.
No surprise, and super typical Lime Rock fashion here. As cars are pulling to grid with slicks on, they're now running back to get their nitrogen bottles and their rain tires and going over strategy with their crew chiefs.
Well, as you see behind us, some of the TA cars and GTs coming out here for the grid. So let's revisit this racetrack at Lime Rock Park. Opened up in 1957. A lot of history to this racetrack, and you know a thing or two about it.
Awesome racetrack. I've been coming here for 33 years. I took my Skip Barber School here in 1993, and Trans Am has been racing here since 1967.
All right. As before we get to this weekend's race, let's revisit last month's doubleheader at Sonoma Raceway and look at some of the highlights. Started out turn number one, already carnage that we saw early on.
A wild race, obviously, with David Pinterick having a very unusual off on there and going forward with a pretty awesome battle for the rest of the way there. We've got Matty Brabs, who's coming by us right now, and buzzing our cameraman, showing well again with another win, with another second place finish for Paul Menard.
Yeah, and obviously it's been 1 and 2. It's been no difference. You don't have to update the scoring sheets or anything like that. 1 and number 2. But Matthew Brabham continuing what he's been able to do this year is pretty awesome to watch.
And without a doubt, you might look at the results and go, oh, it's got to be boring, same 1-2. But these guys are at each other's throat, throwing down late race fast laps and putting wheels off and really charging. There is not a moment of chill with these guys. But now we add to the mix, Chris Dyson is back in the action. He doesn't like seeing his teammate take all the glory here. He's 2 wins away from becoming the all-time leader in Trans Am wins, and he's back at his home track, Lime Rock, to try to add another one.
He knows a thing or two about this track as well. But hey, let's go and visit one of these TA cars. I want to hear, what is it about this TA car that makes it so special?
Trans Am is one of my favorite cars on the planet here. Let's try to get to a quieter car over here. We've got Chris's car, the Jim Soda car, Jim Soda Ford Mustang all revved up. We'll walk over to Paul Menard's Pittsburgh Paints and Stains here. Big 18-inch wheels on these Pirelli P0s. Wide tire, soft tire. They've only got to be good for like 101 miles, so they make them soft and sticky. Lots of downforce. Diving board length. Front splitter, canards, venting the hood for more downforce. These things are big and wide, but they're actually still really light. But my favorite part is right underneath this hood. Almost 900 horsepower is coming to those back wheels. And the thing you hear me brag about all the time, no ABS, which is going to be tricky in this wet, and then no traction control, which is going to be way more tricky in this wet, because when you're trying to put 900 horsepower to the ground, no matter how sticky these Pirellis are, when the water's falling down this hill, it is going to be super difficult. This is a driver's track, and this will be a driver's race. Well,
race fans, the motorsport community lost one of its greatest competitors on Thursday, a motorsports icon in Kyle Busch, a 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and the all-time wins leader across all 3 of the top national series in NASCAR, and even a friend of us in Race America. All that he did for short track racing, and we are truly going to miss one of the biggest stars in all of sports in Kyle Busch. Our thoughts and prayers go with his family today. When we come back, an interview with some of our TA stars and our GT star in Chris Coffey as our pre-race coverage continues from Lime Rock Park here in Connecticut.
Born on America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. for high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
My name is Chris Coffey, and you're watching Trans Am on Racing America.
And back here at Lime Rock Park as our pre-race show continues here, and Tommy Drizzy is a guy that, let's just say, he has some team members on his team that can really get some moves going. Take a look at what Tommy Drizzy was able, and some of his crew members able to put together for us.
Trying to figure out how to race.
How would you describe the Trans Am racing to somebody who's never watched the race?
Well, if you've never seen a Trans Am race, you gotta come see it. You gotta watch it on TV. They're fire-breathing dragons. They're ground-pounding sound. The horsepower is like nothing else on earth. The racing is so competitive, and you know, a little bit of rubbing, you know, with respect, but it's a fight.
The hardest part of race day is?
Getting the jitters out and calming myself down.
What's your favorite track?
Anyone I've won at.
Least favorite track?
Anyone I've had a big wreck at.
Driver you'd won as a teammate?
My teammate, Simon Gregg.
What's something people don't realize about driving one of these cars?
Just how fast they are, how physically demanding they are. Growing up in Hollywood, I had my brother's hand-me-down Camaro, and I went right up to the hills. That, you know, horsepower, muscle car, and these silhouette bodies are just, they're like on steroids, and you can throw them around. You know, most of the tracks we're going to, we're hitting over 180 miles an hour, so. You know, like in life, things don't always go your way, and you got to recover. When there's a mistake, an error, a big one, a little one, it's all in the recovery. I think one of the biggest motivators is to beat the car in front of you.
Who's the first person you call after a big result?
A couple of my friends, and then some of my mentors, like Paul Gentilozzi, Greg Pickett, Willie T. Ribbs.
Why is winning in this series so special?
Because it's so hard. Because you're racing against the best. You can watch Trans Am racing all season long right here on Racing America.
And we're right here with Tommy Drizzy, Andy Lally here joining us. And Tommy, the rain's starting to pick up here at Lime Rock Park. I know the question comes into dry or slicks. You are in a backup car after practice you had earlier on. What is the strategy for today?
Yeah, I mean, we did really good first session, and, you know, I tried to push a little more where we were P2, and I thought maybe we put it, you know, a little faster, and I ran out of talent, hit the tire barrier, so we brought up the backup car, a testament to this team to have a car ready like this. It's an oldie but goodie, and it shows that even these old TA cars can still run out there competitively. It's rain. Right now we're a little off, so I'm hoping for rain.
All right, so you're a big rain racer. So you welcome the rain today.
Yes. Let's go. Rain. Rain, rain, rain.
Tommy, you and I have actually had a great battle here in the rain in Trans Am cars, so I can attest to Tommy's abilities in the rain. Super solid driver, and I think we're going to see this number 8 go into the front if we have to go to wets.
Thank you.
Hey, one thing I do want to ask you about. We just played a video about the Crip Walk. What is it to help me out with that?
It's not an easy dance to do. I can barely do it, so we had Joe put his head on another body, and we used AI, and then somebody said, hey, can you do it? And I did a couple moves, and they're like, dude, you got to perfect that. So I'm working on it, but...
Hey, you got to have some do some serious stretching. I mean, I'm 30 years old. I don't even know if I can do that myself. All right, well, that's Tommy Drizzy here as we get ready to start our TA race here momentarily. The rain's starting to weaken just a bit, a little steady rain, but it's going to be a lot of fun here on this Memorial Day weekend on this Saturday afternoon. When we come back, we have racing action and pre-race ceremonies coming your way.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
And welcome back to Lime Rock Park here on this Memorial Day weekend. Standing by with Chris Coffey, who... Really, it's been kind of hectic for you down here. You have been kind of doing a one-man almost operation, having to lead things, bring the car out here, doing it all. How do you do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy. We're a 2-car team, and I kind of run the show. I'm the crew chief for both cars. And we had some mechanical issues this weekend, and we've been fighting setup, and it's just been nonstop work. And, of course, now it's decided to start raining on the grid, so... I have my guys here that are helping me change the tires. We're going to rains. It looks like the entire field's going to rains. I mean, it's going to be exciting, that's for sure.
Well, let me ask you about the rain. As kind of, this small operation, how does that change things for you today as far as running this track?
Man, so because we are a small operation, we can't really do tire changes on pit lane during like a green flag or anything like that. We just lose too much time. So whatever we roll with, we have to be super confident with because we can't change it really later. So we've been analyzing it nonstop, and it looks like the rain's coming heavier and heavier. So, I mean, we're just going to have to roll with what we got.
I do want to ask you about Road America. You got your 20th win. That's a milestone for you. Just really talk about like what that meant to you, and where does that rank for you on your wins list?
Man, I mean, I can't be fortunate enough to just be here, just to be able to compete. And being able to put so many wins together is just absolutely incredible, and it's just icing on the cake. I mean, honestly, I'm just happy to be here with Trans Am and racing with all these great guys.
And just being out here Memorial Day weekend, obviously it means so much to so many people here. Obviously, coming out here and racing at Lime Rock, what is it about it that makes this track just fun for others, challenging? I mean, obviously it's a lot of right-handed turns, almost an oval, but you're going right. What is that like?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, you definitely put an asymmetrical setup on the car, so it doesn't really want to turn left in the one left-hander. The uphill and lifting the front end over crest is absolutely crazy. It's my first year driving a mid-engine car here. I mean, it's spectacular. It's so much fun. The laps just go by lap after lap after lap, and so you can really master each corner, because after about 50, 53, 54 seconds, we're doing it again. So this track is absolutely incredible, and it's really fun.
All right, well, it's going to be a lot of fun in the rain today. It's starting to pick up. Only person I'm jealous of is Andy Lally. He's in the warm and dry. We're out here, but it's going to be a lot of fun. And opening ceremonies coming back on the other side.
On America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Back here at Lime Rock Park as we get set for round number 5 of the TA Series, presented by Pirelli. Ford Martin here with you on the false grid before things get going as they get ready to start the engines for this race. Matthew Brabham has won every race so far this season. Can he go back and now get 5 wins in a row? Paul Menard, who has been second. He has been the bridesmaid every race this year, but Paul Menard, however, he has won the last 2 races at this racetrack as they have officially fired the engines to get this going. The rain is still picking up at a pretty decent pace now. The puddles are also starting to come up. Now remember last year, the TA drivers did not race in the rain. They raced on Memorial Day on that Monday, but also the TA2 drivers did race in the rain. So this opens up a new challenge for these race car drivers today. All the different ones that are out on this afternoon. So this is going to be a lot of fun to watch, but you talked about it with Andy Lally in the opening. As far as when you talk about Andy Lally, when he asked about he has dominated in this series. He did not race in the Sonoma doubleheader. He is back today does he go back and choose, maybe some revenge, some get with these guys? Does he beat his Matthew Brabham, his teammate, in the Jim Weed machine? It's going to be a lot of fun to see how this is going to happen today. The rain adds a new wrinkle to it. That makes it even more interesting. So that is going to be fun to watch. We talked with Chris Coffey. He had to make some changes overnight. He says he is good to go. He's excited to be here. And then you got a lot of different guys that are out there. You got Patrick and the 49 race quit for Chevrolet that you see on the right side of your screen. He's trying to get another win under his thumb. You got the GT out here. The TA, a lot of these drivers about to make their way out. Matthew Brabham, as you here, as the guys starting to make their way all the way out to the official grid as we're about to get this TA race underway. We'll take a look at the sights and sounds here for just a second as Tom and Drissy pull them by. So, race fans, you might be familiar with one of the names in the booth, and that is NASCAR on Fox play-by-play broadcaster Mike Joy and Andy Lally.
Hey, Ford, and thank you. Wow, what a wonderful place this is, Andy. I mean, it's my home track. It's my favorite track. And I always loved racing here in the rain. It just adds a whole different element. And you see the folks are, they're hardy. New England race fans are. They're ready for it. They're prepared for anything. And
Mike, you said you like racing here in the rain. You have to like racing here in the rain because if you come to Lime Rock, it is such a high percentage chance that you will be racing in the rain. Thank you again for joining us here today. That's great to have you in the booth with us.
We're glad to help out. The rain line at Lime Rock is really interesting. This track, it's been a while since Al Henke and Mohawk Northeast repaved the track. So the dry line has been worn very, very smooth by years of slick tires with high grip, and the racing line is almost polished. The rain line is anywhere else.
Anywhere else, exactly. And for some of our oval track fans that are sort of new to road racing, or some of our new Trans Am fans, what Mike is talking about is the tires literally polishing, wearing down the aggregate on the race surface and making it essential, and adding oil to it just from the tires, from the petroleum in the tires, and making that section of track super slippery. So when you go onto the part of the track that the drivers are not on, and you could see it on the outside of West Bend right here, where all those marbles are, you'll see it be really less shiny, really less polished, literally less polished, and more aggregate sticking above the water there, making it much more grippy.
Right, and that's where you need to find the grip, is where the track is more abrasive. Chris Dyson, of particular note, is a homer. He's from upstate New York, not far from the track, maybe 30 minutes or so. I was in Chris Dyson's first race in an SCCA Spec Racer Ford, and he had talent. He was one of those guys to start that Tony Stewart would call a dart without feathers, but that didn't last long. You could see he had talent. He was fast, chip off the old block, and came to pro racing and right to the front. But Paul Menard, Tony Drisi on the front row. You talk about a couple of veterans with years and years of experience, and there they are up front, and they're not going to be easy to pass.
Yes, it's Matty Brabham in the Jim Weed Ford Mustang on the pole, Paul Menard outside pole here. They're going to get a couple of laps at slow speeds behind the pace car here to explore. They're trying to get their brakes hot. They're trying to get their rain tires hot. I assume most everybody at this point is on rain tires here. It was really iffy, Mike, 5 minutes ago. I'd have said, man, maybe slicks, maybe range, but right as they pulled off, that rain picked up, and for sure, the drivers that made the call to go to rains are happy. If there's anybody out there on slicks right now that was gambling, they're a little worried.
So I'll tell you what we used to do here, running SCCA races. On days kind of like this, with intermittent showers, we would always bring our car to the grid with dries on one side and rains on the other, knowing we were going to have to change 2 tires, but not 4.
And we've got a rule in Trans Am that the cars have to be on the ground with their race tires 3 minutes before gentlemen start your engines, or drivers start your engine. So having that 2 and 2 and hedging your bets, you can go a little later and make that last second call to put what you think will be the right tires, whether it's our Pirelli Reigns or our Pirelli Slicks, both of which amazing tires, but at Lime Rock, slipping and sliding around here, regardless of your setup, when you've got almost 900 horsepower, no traction control, and no ABS, these are a handful. I've done 2 Trans Am races in my life. The second one was at Lime Rock, and it was in the wet, and it was wild.
No one who was here will ever forget the 1971 Trans Am race at Lime Rock. It was about a 4-hour affair. It was run in a downpour. There was standing water everywhere. Cars went off the track, couldn't move, and were just left there, and they raced on without full course yellows. And it was one of those miserable experiences you were glad to be a part of and hope to never see again.
And, you know, times they are changing.
Right.
we do not leave cars on the side of the track anymore. Right. We've got really great safety and a little more optimistic. But, man, those older days were pretty amazing. Lights are out on the pace car. Matty Brabham is leading them down the downhill for the start of our 100 miles.
Critical corner on this course is the downhill right there, and here they come nicely aligned. Everybody in line, one straggler catching up. Flag stand on the left of your screen. Green flag. The Trans Am is racing at Lime Rock.
This is their first time at speed all weekend in the rain into turn 1. There's, Tommy Greasy with contact side by side with Coffee. We do have cars in this field, in the GT field, that do have ABS. So there are cars that might have way, way less horsepower that are going to be amazing on the brakes compared to these cars that are slipping and sliding here.
Paul Menard to the front. Matty Brabham. Greasy single file.
And
up
this
the Paul
is
Newman
new.
Straight through Zig and Zag, or what John Fitch called them on the original track map, and to the uphill.
Formerly No Name Straight, now the Paul Newman Straight. Another Paul Menard takes the point for the first time this season with Matty Brabs hot on his bumper. This is a reverse of what we've seen for the first 4 races this year. Paul Menard, an excellent rain driver. I've seen him in NASCAR, in the wet, in different forms of motorsport, in Trans Am, obviously very strong in the wet. Already side by side here for the lead. Matty may be feeling him out.
Or he might have been just trying to get a clear view down the straightaway instead of being in that wash behind the lead car.
Notice no windshield wiper yet. Matty Brabs is feeling out, and this is the wet line that we're talking about. He's trying to feel out. Can we go and run that outside groove and get a better drive off? Maybe stick in half a car, maybe a full car if you're really brave, and get right next to the glass to see if you don't slide but pick up that extra grip. Boy, this is treacherous. This is so tough as a driver, I tell you. And right here, as they get really light and spin their tires over the hill here, when you have a whole weekend of dry, and you know every inch of where you need to brake and how you're going to get on the gas and what that car's going to do, and then all of a sudden, the monkey wrench of the rain gets thrown into the mix, and you're the leader, you're the test dummy.
Yes.
You're going to go, maybe I brake at the 400 normally, I'm going to brake at the 600 in the wet, and Brad is going to go, I'm going to brake at the 575, and then he's going to roll off the brake a little bit and just see. Paul has the tough part of being the pioneer in the wet, of venturing out and figuring out those brake zones. Matty's got the tough job of not seeing anything. Yes. And, of course, our variable here this weekend, Chris Dyson back in action, ready to roll in third. Not far off these guys after taking almost 7 months off out of the car.
No, he's right there. In the rain at Lime Rock, there are really only 2 passing opportunities. The very flat West Bend, which they're headed for now as they crest the hill, and then down at the end of the Sam Posey Straight, entering Big Bend. Anywhere else, you are putting your car at risk in trying to pass. There just aren't that many great opportunities.
It is very, very slick and very tricky that when you're making that pass, we're seeing these guys actually only run maybe a couple feet off the apex here. We've seen Matty explore the really wide stuff. Paul is saying fairly traditional here, and maybe we didn't get enough rain in that short break to make it standing, and they can run on that side because we're seeing them not run too far off. Already into the lap GT traffic. I just saw 1 minute flat for Menard on his last lap. Only a tenth off of him is Brabham. That's flying around here in the wet.
God, that is incredible. that they're able to carry that kind of speed, that those Pirellis have enough grip in the rain to generate the cornering force needed here to run a 1-minute lap.
Look at those wiggles as Paul is coming down, finding the middle of the track here, a little bit defensive, but also the better place to put power down as you're exiting the corner. From the apex out, you don't want to be on that dry line with all that horsepower, putting that power down, so he's kind of squaring up the corner, letting the hill compress and go. We're on board here with Chris Dyson. You see him staying just off that inside here. That rain running up, both Chris and Brabs have we seen from their in-car. Not great visual, but enough. Chris is just putting his wiper on there as we're seeing. Making his way by. Goforth in the GT1 car, one of our GT1 participants who've been out here really hustling to get these GT1 cars back on track. Really appreciate their presence here and participation.
So Andy, let me go to school on you here. How do you dial it down to race in the rain? You need to maintain a certain level of aggression to be at your best, but you're not at max cornering force, not at max, you're at max acceleration once you get that car straightened out. Side by side, here we are, West Bend, just as we said. There's the prime passing point.
Too wide through West Bend. That is such a rarity, and now we've got a pick of lapped cars in between.
But that was perfect. That was the perfect place to attempt a pass on the leader with minimal risk.
And what you were just alluding to is how you attack something like this that you haven't driven, and all of a sudden it's race conditions. Here you are, all of a sudden, I don't know what this is like. Maybe it's been years since that they've driven a Trans Am car. How do you stay in contention and lead this race? You don't want to give it up, but you don't want to throw it away. That's tough. It's super tough as these guys get going. Obviously, Matty went to school on Paul for a few minutes and was able to learn where he was, understood that he's got 100 miles. He can watch him through the uphill 6-8 times before he makes his move, and that's exactly what he did. And it looks like now Chris Dyson also super strong here, closing in on Menard. We're going to have a battle for second here.
Yes, traffic worked to Dyson's advantage. He was able to catch one of the lappers at a place where he didn't require additional braking to get through that corner, and that has brought him right up to within striking distance of the leaders. Here he comes.
It'll be interesting. Dyson peeking out just, I think, to get a good look here, maybe clear off his windshield. This is what we've seen for the first 4 races through the season. Matty Brabham has been able to fire off really strong and open up a gap, but what we've seen in the dry, and it'll be interesting to see if this is going to be the same case in the wet, Matty drives hard, and I don't want to say he burns off the tires, but Paul stays at 99.9%, and you always see the end of this race. All of a sudden, that number 3 is closing in on the 16 Jim Weed car, and that Pittsburgh Paints team is cheering him on and motivating Paul to get going.
Of course, I covered Paul in NASCAR, and he was always a driver with great skill and great discipline, as you say.
One of the most mellow guys. You know, they talk about how low Danny Hamlin's heart rate is, how low these guys stay through the corner here. But Paul Menard, inside the car, outside the car, absolutely always a treat to watch. It's comically fascinating on how relaxed he stays through the race. Mike, you want to introduce our guest that we've got up in the booth here? Mr. Ron Hornaday?
Ron wanders by. Yeah, now racing in the rain, boy, with all the success. Did you ever race in the rain?
Mexico City.
Oh my gosh,
One
yes.
time.
I remember
One
that.
time. No, we did a couple little here and there, but I really raced in the rain. It was like a monsoon.
What'd you think? How was it?
The biggest is the visual of learning. Yeah, you know, you got to flying off track. You can't run on the, with the rubber or that, stuff like that. But it looks like these guys are doing that. So, we got Landon Lewis here trying to figure out what to do to the car. And Andy came down and gave us a few pointers where just, hey, leave the car alone. Let the track come to you, let the kid get some experience. So
I can't believe that already, with a little bit of standing water and rain coming down, we've got 3 drivers who have lapped the track in under a minute.
Unbelievable. And I watched the first lap getting in turn 1, just wondering how hard do they really drive. And it's like, I don't think they're backing up that much. They're only, 3 or 4 seconds off from what they qualified? Not even that.
I think they're wondering that exact same thing, and they all were waiting for Paul Menard's brake lights, and then to dare themselves that they go a little bit deeper.
Yeah, and stock car racing where I came from, they don't have brake lights.
Right. The stickers don't light up on there.
And I always thought they should, at least on the road courses. I think that would be fun. Not on the oval tracks, but...
You know, back in the day, on the truck days when we went to short tracks, you needed that because you come to a restart and you get a brake job. How do you tell NASCAR that guy gave me a brake job before you took off?
Well...
You know, the radiator's knocked out of the car.
Right, exactly.
But, I mean, I've got an opportunity a couple years ago to run here in one of Mike Cope's cars, and the track is just phenomenal. It's amazing. You enjoy it. But I did get off turn 1, and when you get off turn 1, you can keep sliding forever.
Yeah. Yeah, Big Bend. Fortunately, when this track was built in 1957, it was built with a long, huge runoff area at the end of what's now Sam Posey Strait. Otherwise, not so much, as here they come into the Paul Newman Strait, and there'll be a guardrail off to the left of that area, and just the other side of that guardrail is the Salmon Kill River. I mean, we're out of room there.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are nestled into the little mountainside here, a wild place that what I love about Lime Rock and a lot of the old school tracks in the United States is these were not F1 engineered thing with a bunch of hairpin. This was a guy with a bulldozer and like, hey, it'd be neat to go up this hill. It'd be neat to go down that hill. Let's make this big sweeper over here, and then let's level it out and throw some asphalt down. And that's how Lime Rock originated way back when. And that's the heart of what this is. As we see Paul Menard, just like we were talking about, has closed that gap. Probably used a couple picks here and there as Dyson is also closed up. And like we talked about, Paul coming on later on in this race. Of note, I want to make a special note. We interviewed Coffey in the beginning of this race on the grid. He is 5th overall in that Ferrari. Now that's something that's probably a little better set for these brake zones and putting power down coming out of these corners here. It's the great equalizer when you, in the dry, when you've got almost 900 horsepower, what these guys are doing. Looking at Matty Brabs coming over, he wasn't offline there to look for so much for grip as he was trying to potentially look for water. You know, when these tires get hot, they get squiggly, and you got to go splash them around a little bit.
Yeah, get the weather part of the track.
Right, exactly.
So
hey, another Hall of Famer right there, lower right, Bobby Labonte's here.
Look at him now. It's up at the top corner up there with him, spotting with him. But hey, some run wipers, some don't. Well, they got Rain-X or something on them? Or?
Yeah. You got Rain-X, you got Never Fog, and then if your team is really awesome, they've tried a whole bunch of different ways of getting as much hot air, like a defroster, to that inside. And there's so much heat coming off these headers that all you've got to do is really put a fan just behind the header and blow it up to the thing. We were just looking at your car with Landon Lewis and TA2 and the KHI car there for our Q3 Architecture Series event that's going to be going on in just a couple hours after this race. And that's a huge trick. The sight is as important as the grip that you've got in this race.
We're just coming from soccer racing. This is a whole different animal. It's unbelievable. What you guys do here is just amazing.
So before they had all this fancy stuff to put on the windshields, we used Dawn dish soap.
Yeah.
And nothing else. No other brand would work. That would. What's up with Tommy Dreese here?
Tommy Dreese taking a run, went too deep into turn 1, slid down the escape rope. Hopefully no harm, no foul, but definitely going to be a bit of time off the clock here as he was 4th overall. Not going to go a lap down yet, but definitely probably going to be in the back of his mind what happens next time he goes into turn 1. He's got both windshield wipers going. That's actually a pretty clear look there.
I would say this would drive me crazy, those two wipers running independent of each other. Here's what happened to Tommy. Yep, just missed the corner. Fortunately, a lot of pavement there to come to a safe stop and get turned around.
And honestly, smart driving on Tommy's side as he threw it into a quick 180 there, pulled up the e-brake. I'm kidding, he doesn't have one of those. And got it back going. Instead of turning in, maybe missing that turn-in point, being too fast and sliding that thing head on into the tire wall, he chose the escape road, knows there's 55 laps remaining in this race. We got a lot of time, and he can get back up if we get a yellow here.
And he's still on the lead lap, according to scoring there.
Still on the lead lap. Probably only lost maybe 10 seconds there or so. Yeah. But again, when you're at 58.419 seconds is what our leader just did. Wow. That's a quick lap in the rain. They qualified in the high 40s here, so they are about 10 seconds. So that is right around for everybody watching at home, typically for a average size 2.5 mile track, when you're at 10 seconds, that's right when you're on the borderline of going slicks or rains. But
that visibility ain't that good right there, buddy.
No, that's not. We're back on board with Matty Brabs. I don't think his defogger's working. You can even see the windshield wiper. The aerodynamics of getting downforce on a windshield wiper, that's a thing. That's why when you even look at your street cars, you'll see these little flares, kind of little spoiler on them that keep that pressure down, because as it floats like it's doing right there on Matty Brabs, two things are happening. One, it's going right into your eye line, which is really annoying. And then two, it's not pulling that water off. This right here,
he's got it made right there.
Yeah, he looks like he's driving a whole different race. They've got the Rain-X going, they've got the Never Fog going, and they got two windshield wipers that are really moving.
Show me that fog stuff. I need to borrow some of that from Land.
Yeah.
Look like.
I bet you can find some competitors with a gallon of that stuff right now. They might not be willing to give it to you right before the race, but yeah, we'll hook you up.
You know, I never worried about wipers, and we would run without wipers, but keeping that windshield fog-free and keeping it from misting up, that, as Andy says, that's really the challenge. You, even on the highway, if there's a rain coming down, the aerodynamics of your vehicle are going to run that water right up and off the windscreen, and it's not going to really be an issue. But if it clogs up, then you're in big trouble.
Like, it's amazing because NASCAR is running some in rain now.
Yep.
And everybody you call to get an idea what tire pressure, what do we do for window, they all got something different. So it's really tough to know who you believe or who you don't believe, because I know some of it don't work.
We're seeing Tommy Dreese and Paul Menard goes for a slide and hooks up right before the white line at the edge of the track there. Putting it back down, he's obviously got the bit in his teeth and going for it as these guys weave through. We've got multiple classes running in the TA2 Series. Now, Tommy Dreese has had to turn it up. He sees that it's Matty Brabs there. There's no more chilling out. You go a lap down in this series, and it's going to be tough to get back. And Tommy Dreese, when he doesn't want to get past, can make that black Camaro really wide as he comes up in the middle here. Brabs trying to stick his nose in, saying, hey, man, I'm fighting for the win. I'm sure that blue flag is out, and I'm sure Tommy is ignoring it. But Paul Menard's thankful for this moment, and I tell you, in a minute, it'll be Chris Dyson, who got hung up in traffic on that last lap big time, dropped back a couple seconds. He'll be right back in this mix here.
Slower car ahead. Might be able to use that as a pick because it's 3 lanes wide coming down the straightaway, and that's where Brabham is going to prevail over Dreese, and he's going to drag Menard right through Big Bend with him.
And that's exactly, it was critical for Menard to be able to get through there and run this set of corners and keep the pressure on Matty Brabs. As we see, Dyson has gotten through the GT car, and he's going to have Dreese to contend with. At least now you know, Dreese will know that he's gotten past by the first two. He'll know when Chris gets to his bumper, and probably a little more mellow with his defense.
Set me straight. The rain tires will last the whole race running this hard if it's wet? Or
yes, if it's wet, it's a no-brainer. They could probably do 200 miles. The Pirelli rain tire is really solid, but we also, you know, it's not just that they can or can't build something softer or harder. We actually ask them to be a little bit on the conservative side of that, because there's going to be some races where we go wet and that sun comes out, and these guys have to be able to put that much horsepower down to these tires on tread blocks, and they'll shred them, but these Pirellis have been very strong.
Chris Dyson making the pass on the lap car behind our 2 leaders here. Caught him at a good point where Brabham did not catch that Porsche at a very good point. That really had to slow his lap, and then Menard had an even more difficult time picking his way by. But, I mean, that's lappers, that's traffic, that's part of racing. Doesn't matter if you're at Lime Rock or, you know, or on Daytona on the oval.
That's exactly it. That was our car 13, a Porsche, our GT leader, Saya. It's Schmidt has now also found his way around Chris Coffey. So we've got a Porsche and a Ferrari battling for SGT honors. That was Saya in a Porsche in the 13, and that's Chris Dyson going deep into the uphill brake zone with a car that might not have been able to see so well at those side view mirrors there. But he sent it anyway. He wants to go catch up to that battle for the lead. Chris, 7 months out of the car with that Jim Soda. Sorry, we got Jim Weed on one car, Jim Soda on another. Both partners and sponsors with the Trans Am presented by Pirelli Series. He wants to go catch up. He's looking to catch that rooster tail that he sees in front of him.
I do appreciate that 911 had the presence of mind coming down the back straight to ease going into the uphill corner. You don't want to go in there too wide. That he left Chris plenty of room to make the pass just before the corner.
And that actually says so much. I mean, that's a fast car right there. And Sayev's a good driver. That just is a testament to how fast these Trans Am cars are. They are hauling around here to be able to lap a car that is notoriously strong in the wet with a good driver leading his class. And these Trans Am cars are being able to put that much time per lap on these guys.
Andy, what's the power difference between the Trans Am cars and the GT cars?
Right there, you're looking at almost double.
Whoa.
Oh, go forth in the 99 Corvette having...
That's Big Bend, and unlike Tommy Dreese, who took the escape road, he tried to make the corner and just ran out of asphalt.
Unfortunately, he had it mostly gathered up so that he was only sliding a couple car lengths into the grass, didn't get stuck. It's only been for the last 45 minutes or so that we've had rain here, so there's no mud puddles or mud bog out there as we've seen in the past. Unfortunately, these lush green mountains all around here, everything drains down into the track, and sometimes we get a lot of water on this track. So we see
Paul trying to take a stab at the lead right there. Oh, look at that.
Oh, we're going to go 3 wide.
No, not up the hill 3 wide.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
An outside pass up the hill, almost 3 wide. That's something I don't think I've ever seen at Lime Rock. It
looks
tells
like
you.
Babin's really good down this chute right here and everything, pull away from Paul, and Paul gets him in the shorts courses. And it might be due to a lot of traffic, but he's definitely catching up through the back. And I've been watching lap times. They've been within 2 or 3 tenths of each other, trading back and forth.
And the best thing that we could have is a rubber band action like that, where you've got guys strong in one place and weak in another, and that's what's going to make our 100-mile race a nail biter.
Well, coming up that hill, that area off the edge of the track to the guardrail used to be gravel. They have now paved it, and if you walk the track and look at it from various angles, you'll see there is room out there past the white line to run, kind of like the NASCAR guys do at Sonoma, Watkins Glen, and Coda, and just, the track goes where? We're going to run where there's grip. You can make that pass there. I don't think I would ever want to try it, though.
I think he had a little more, but he had a little more room than he did.
Track limits pretty much set by the grass here.
Yeah.
All right.
As it should be.
Exactly.
Man, these guys back and forth. This is such, you've got to, as a driver, the rhythm that they've had in practice and whatnot, is you're adapting with that pressure of trying to make gains and pull away as the leader, but know that you're the guy taking the first steps. As these conditions change, it's not like when you're in the dry, the conditions of the percentage of change lap to lap is minuscule. When you're in the wet, you can dry out or get wetter quicker and not even know it, because as you're going through West Bend and it starts raining harder in Big Bend, a half a mile away, that's a tough one to take a guess on, and you're not. Oh, again, Tommy's fighting with our downhill here.
So what do you do there? Put more front brake or rear brake?
I need the onboard. If we can get it on board with a really high volume added to it, if you can hear that chatter, just like you guys when you get wheel hop on the road course, it's the same exact thing. When it goes dead silent and those rears are locked, oof, that's a tough one.
That's right.
Your guts go up in your... That's a tough deal. And what I was referring to right before that was these guys need to forcefully relax. Because when you're driving and you can't see in that way, you tend to white knuckle. The term white knuckle came from grabbing that steering wheel too hard and literally driving the blood out of your hands. You've got to take those straightaways and relax. Take a deep breath. Release your hands from the wheel as tight as they've been and just let that blood flow. That will fatigue you. And there's no reason, the steering wheel doesn't need to be squeezed hard.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me up here, because I got to go back and tell Landon.
There we go.
You got to see what I see on TV. It's amazing.
But Andy's right. This should be an enjoyable drive. You're probably working harder mentally racing in the rain, but not physically as you would be here in the drive.
Well, you get by as you do when driving down the street in rain. Come on. It gets nerve-wracking.
No, really, but you have to relax.
But, really looks like to me it's all about the clearness of the window.
That's a lot of it.
We just see the back and forth.
That's
just
a big
to know
thing.
where you can point.
A big thing.
And Paul has not been down the straightaway. I mean, he's just in the midst of rain from the tire splash.
When you get competitive racing tires, that tread is going to be so much more aggressive than your actual street tire. And if you think of driving down, anybody that's watching this that's driven down the highway at 60 miles an hour in traffic, and how nerve-wracking potentially that cloud of gray is behind you. Turn that up to 160, which is these guys are doing here. That water gets thrown up even more, and the aggression of the tread on these Pirellis gets thrown up even more. And all these rooster tails that you see from the outside might not look too bad, but from that car, that's your view. It's like you painted the windshield gray.
And something I learned, I was surprised to learn early on, is the depth of the tread has little to do with grip, because the blocks of tread on a rain tire are like a razor blade. As long as that edge is sharp, it can whisk the water away and you'll have grip. But once these rain tires wear, just like dry tires, the grip is going to go away because the sharpness of those tread blocks is going to go away.
Great point, and that is an absolute fact.
I was talking about windows right there. That's tough for the driver right there.
And he still doesn't have he shut his windshield wiper back off. I think you get to a point where that windshield wiper will float and it'll look like it's more detrimental than actually helping, especially potentially if he was behind somebody that leaked some oil and you smear that oil all over the place. You'd rather have it rain really hard and kind of wash it all off. Chris Dyson now very much on a traditional rain line there. Big, wide outside turn. Or was that Brabham? That might have been Brabham.
I believe.
Yeah, big, wide outside entry with an inside exit, opposite of what you would think on the geometry portion if you laid that map out of the line that you would take, but that's where the grip is.
So the rain has picked up. That doesn't mean it won't come down. The rain has picked up. It's raining a little harder. What we're going to start to see, and we'll probably see it first here at West Bend, is the inside of the corner where the curbing is going to start accumulating standing water. And standing water is the enemy of race tires. That's where you absolutely don't want to be once the water starts to puddle down there in that corner. So it'll be wide sweeping runs through all of these turns to avoid that standing water like that, exactly.
You want to stay off that stuff right there. And so what Mike is talking about is that concrete curb on the inside right there has a little bevel. And in the dry, that's your favorite place. You want to hook that inside right front tire that doesn't have a lot of weight on it right in there. And it's like grabbing a handrail as you run through the hallway and whip yourself around the corner. It does the same exact thing there. But in the rain, that's sealed up. There's no drainage right there, and as we get really bad, I mean, these guys are running on it and knocking it off. And if we had a moment where we had a half an hour of no cars on track when they came out, this would be so much more detrimental and filled up with water. But these guys are running on it, so fortunately, we're doing this. Another thing these guys want to do is they want to stay off that white line. All paint in the wet is horrible. It's not porous at all. Everything. It's impossible not to hydroplane on that paint. Putting power down on it is super tricky. You want to stay on the rougher part of the asphalt.
So get me right, we have lunch break after this, so we're going to have standing water when the TA2 cars go out?
If it keeps raining, absolutely. It'll be a much worse condition.
Paul's done a great job of being just close enough to keep Matt in sight, yet not be in that big rooster tail of water spray behind him. 41 laps, long time to go here, and it looks to me like Menard is just biding his time, driving a very calculated race. Unless there's a huge bonus for leading at this point, I kind of like his strategy.
He's playing it smart. The other thing to notice is Paul Menard has completely changed his line from the point that he was leading. He was on a very traditional dry line in there, and then as soon as he goes through a corner and notices that Brad pulled a car length coming off that corner by putting power down 3 car lengths wider than he is, he's gonna go to school. He's gonna learn, and over these next 40 some odd laps that we've got left here, 1.5 miles around Lime Rock, 1.47 when you're using the uphill, he's gonna learn, and he'll be able to come back at him. Running through our order here, Brabham leading, Menard second, Dyson third. That's gonna be your current TA podium with Penteric and Dreesy 6th and 7th overall. But Schmidt in our Porsche leading SGT now, doing a solid job here, having a great battle with Chris Coffey here as they are lapping within a couple tenths of each other. And Joyner in XGT, 8th overall here, 9th overall. Brian Utt, he's our second in our SGT points right now, and then our GT leader rounding out the top 10 in that number 13 Porsche Saya.
All right, so Ron Hornaday, what are you seeing here that you can take back to your TA2 team to learn for this afternoon?
Just the lines, the way they're running, and see where the standing water is. And listen to Andy here talk about white lines. You know, sometimes in the NASCAR world, you hit a white line, it gives you grip. You know, you get the bristles and the stuff where you hook it, it gives you that little extra turn. So this is completely opposite. Just say this is our first TA2 race, and everybody's been enjoyable to work with around here.
Right.
Been very open-armed, but we got a list, 10 pages long, of what we got to bring, what we don't have to race with these boys.
And I'd love to talk about that. KHI entering Trans Am. I love it. I'm stoked. I've been a Kevin Harvick fan for a long time. I know there's a second generation that he is bringing along who's been doing amazing with Keelan in the Cars Tour. You know, obviously a racing family through and through, with the entire family being involved in racing for their whole lives, and me seeing Keelan grow up and do all this stuff as we see our SGT leader drop a wheel coming onto No Name Straight. Sorry, Paul Newman Straight. I'm still going to stick with the old school stuff there. That was a crazy moment. Fortunately, we're staying green here, not going yellow. But back to KHI. Super happy to have them in this series. Great to have you in this paddock. I know when our drivers in TA2 that are looking to go to Cup, you know, we've got a lot of guys, veterans that they're here, that are going to make their home here. But we have kids passing through. We've got great young future stars, hoping that KHI brings them along.
I mean, where else does a younger kid go to get road course experience? And you know, back in the day when I started racing trucks, we had maybe 1-2 a year, and now they got 5 on the schedule. So this right here is just a good tool to work with.
When you raced trucks, we had off-road races. Yeah. They were on-road courses.
Yeah, we did have Walker Evans out there. We had Walker Evans out there.
That's right.
He did some dirt out.
You had guys spending more time off the road than on.
Those were entertaining.
It was fun.
Yes,
it was.
You raced like places like Kansas, but also raced awesome places like Watkins Glen, which was obviously great places to visit.
The worst one I've ever raced was Topeka, Kansas. 126 outside and like 192 inside the truck.
The only time I've raced that track, it was over 100 degrees. And I'm like, yeah.
All right. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing mirrors not working well either. Because the leaders are having a good bit of difficulty with some of these lap cars. And I don't know, Andy, when I'm one of the slower cars and I know there's fast traffic, I try to run just right in the middle of the track and give everybody plenty of room on either side, because I know they're coming. I don't know when, but I know they're coming.
The tough part is,
I think maybe their rear mirrors fogged up. You know, you don't know that. So.
A little fogged up or a little tunnel vision. For some of these guys, it might be the first time they're running in the rain in a long time, and oh my God, they're just trying to hold on and not crash on live TV. Chris Dyson.
I gotta go, boys, because I learned a lot. I wish I could stay here all day to watch this, but I wish Landon was here because I'm learning so much on this. I mean,
go talk
racing
to him.
in the rain is a whole different act than as fast as you can. Use brakes, turn left, turn right.
Right.
But this here is a technique, and these guys got it. I'm just so amazed.
Here's Chris Dyson putting a lap on Tommy.
Lap, right?
Oh, excuse me. No, that's Brabham putting a second lap. Yeah, on Tommy Dreesy.
Wow.
Tommy's having a tough day here.
But thank you guys for the hospitality, everything you guys do in racing, and just great for the kids, great for us, and we're learning. So don't give us an A+ or a B+ or an F.
If we grade you on a curve for your first weekend, it's definitely an A. Welcome KHI. Welcome Ron Hornaday. Landon Lewis will be rooting them on in a couple hours here. Everybody stay tuned as we've got back-to-back Trans Am races with some good footage in between here. Great having you on board, and thanks for coming up to visit us.
Thank you for letting me come to your hometown.
Oh, we love it here. We're glad to have you here, and get Kevin to buy you a raincoat instead of this hefty bag, okay?
Not supposed to rain at racetrack.
It's saran wrap. Come on.
But, I mean, maybe NASCAR should be watching this right now. What do we see
Our
there?
leader, Matty Brabs, is slowed, and Menard is by. I can't tell if Matt has lost a transmission or all power. It looks like he's coasting. New leader, Paul Menard.
Brabham coasting into West Bend. Now, the good thing is, if he gets through West Bend, it's all downhill from there to the pits, and he should be able to make it back to pit road without us having to go full course caution and give him a push or a tow.
He's got It'll be really close if he's got enough speed to get to the crest of the hill here. It looks like he's actually touched the brakes here to pull over. I don't think he's going to get down that hill. He'll be creeping. I don't know if he's on the starter. What he'll do, obviously, Ford Martin, if you're down there and you can get to the team, Ron will wish you well this weekend as we get ready to look.
He's
going to get down the hill. Now, the next challenge is going to be, can he keep enough speed through the downhill in the wet, which is challenging offline to roll into pit lane here. They've actually shortened the entry to pit lane, so that should be potentially easy. You can hear Matty's trying to bump it. He's trying to restart it. Not sure. Obviously, lost power. Could be something from the wet. We've got
I don't think he has the speed to make pit road and clear the racetrack now.
This is going to be tough. He's close there. He's on our entry here. Man, he did it.
He's going to need a pull or a push.
Yeah, he won't get down to his pit spot. But here we are back with our Pittsburgh Paint and Stage number 3. Paul Menard has assumed the lead, and the streak will be over for Matty Brabs, ending at 4 in a row, and our new leader, who has finished second to Matty in all 4 races so far this season, has assumed the lead and is actually starting to open up. Chris Dyson has dropped off a little bit. Go forth in the GT 198 Camaro here.
Yeah, that's at the exit of the S's, the right-hander.
I think he's running there and just waiting for traffic to come by here, hopefully. Yeah, I think he's trying to get a little better angle. That's his dad that actually just went by in the 99, and I think that'll actually be a lead change. Waiting on some info, as I know we've got Ford down there in the rain here. It's tough with those mics to try to pick up any information here. Now, the strategy, the mentality here. There's a championship on the line, not just a race win here. And so when you think, okay, I can pick up, the win, that's important. You kind of assumed that Matty's going to be second or third. He could drop way down here. This could be a huge day.
Car came out of gear, Andy.
It sounds like a handful of neutrals right there, unfortunately. That is a tough deal. I thought I heard the starter. No, he's running.
So clutch or transmission?
Clutch, rear end, something in the drive line. You can hear something clunking, and that's why it looked like he had plenty of speed in West Bend, and then he tried to put it in gear, and it sounded like we heard a little grind there. Tough deal for Matty Brabham after 4 wins in a row here. This is going to close the points race up gigantically. Big point sweep here. And Menard, who went to school on Matty Brabs and on that line, has now got a solid 20-second lead on Dyson and has been going to school on him, learning him, and that's enabled him to pull away from Chris. Chris got really hung up in traffic. We saw some stuff off camera that I wasn't commenting on. He got really pulled back, and that gave him that gap, and that's exactly what you want if you're Paul Menard. Now I'm thinking points, and I'm thinking I got a nice cushion here as I work. That makes you take less chances as you're coming up on some of the GT cars and you get in that mix. It's like, okay, I can give a second back without getting the lead taken away from me here.
So Chris Dyson is going to need to find a way to pick up 3/4 of a second per lap if he's going to have a chance to catch Paul Menard and do anything with him before the checkered flag waves.
That was good fast math there. We got 31 laps to go, and he's got a 20-second gap. He's got to close that time in here. And honestly, his biggest ability to potentially do that is with these lap traffic picks. If he's super aggressive and Paul lays off a little bit, or we've seen 10 spins here. Any one of them could have been a full course yellow. With 30-something laps to go, if we close this back up, we will have a classic Chris Dyson, Paul Menard battle that we have seen for years and years now. The owner of Paul Menard's car is Paul Gentilozzi, who is currently our all-time wins leader, I believe at 31. I'm not sure. I'm doing that off the top of my head, so forgive me if I'm wrong there. Second place all-time, as we see Brabham take a look. obviously helmet off. That's the end of his day. The crew has figured they cannot put that back together and get it sorted for in time to get out before the checker to pick up any time.
All right, Ford Martin, you want to join us? Might have his headset off.
He might have his headset off
Matt
here. Emily in our production here is
we're pretty sure we broke the clutch. So just random, one of those things. The car was on fire. It was super fun drifting out there in the wet. It was like Tokyo Drift out there, and it was getting worse and worse. And man, it was a lot of fun racing out there. The guys out there are doing a good job keeping it on the track. No yellows, and unfortunately, I think we just broke the clutch. And I have gears, and but just we can roll the car back in gear. So just one of those things. But big hats off to the Dyson racing team, Chris Dyson here. I'm going to go root for him, and maybe I'll run over there and get on the radio and help him with some of the lines I was using out there. But no, root for Chris now, and these things happen.
All right, that's Matty Brown there. Falling out of the race, dominated this year. His undefeated streak comes to an end. We're back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, that's a shame.
Absolute shame there. Great job, Ford Martin. Ford's been joining us on and off this year, joining our TA Sprint, running our broadcast from that and doing our edits from there. Our TA Sprint is a series that we've just added to the TA series. It is any TA2 car that you've got. We want you coming out. Our next event is a doubleheader at Road America, which is where the runoffs is. So if you want some time to get some good practice time as you prep for the runoffs, or just want to come and get a racing at Road America, because it is an absolutely amazing venue to be at, and you've got a TA car that you don't feel like running with TA2 against the pros and the pro-ams up there, we do a half distance race, which is 50 miles, just as long as any SCCA or NASA race out there. You can come and join us there. But Brabham was just saying something, great teammate, saying maybe I'll get on the radio, maybe I'm going to tell Chris where I found some grip. And he was a little more extreme on the width of his entries into that uphill and a couple of other spots than Paul, than Chris. And maybe he could just cue him in as we see our leader, 13, Michael Saya, in that Porsche. Gather it back up and get rolling. A bit of a moment.
Yeah, he either carried too much speed or had too much brake going into Big Bend and wisely took the escape road.
And was able to gather it up. That's going to let the number 24 of Derek Carter close back in here. And we're going to end up having a battle for our GT win here as we see Dyson pushing hard, wanting to close that gap to Paul Menard, working his way through one of our GT1 cars. Bill Goforth there. That is our GT1 leader. Man, you see that little wiggle as they crest that hill. It is hard to describe to everyone at home that hasn't gone through the uphill in the dry, even how much of a crazy feel it feels like in the wet. Boy, look at this guy. Schmidt is Jesse Schmidt. I think his first race with us in the rain. This is perfect scenario for him. This is exactly
trouble for Dyson. He has crashed. That is at Big Bend, at the entrance to Big Bend, at the end of Sam Posey Straight. Chris Dyson, apparently, it appears like he locked the brakes. The car got off into the grass, and the guardrail was waiting just a few feet away.
With 26 laps remaining and that much contact, we'll wait to see. I mean, obviously, as he spun there, it soaked our in-car camera. We can't even see Chris directly from there. I can't tell if he's trying to figure out if he can. There's this moment when this happens as a driver that no matter how hard you hit the wall, you start it up, put it in gear, and go. That left front looked like it was weaving a little bit, like he's got some potential suspension damage there.
Waiting on traffic there, and he's going to back it away to a safe place.
Yes.
Instead of driving it away. That's the runoff area at the end of the front straightaway where Chris Dyson is now parked.
Wow, not the end he was looking for, obviously. He was trying to turn it up, trying to push that. I wonder if there's anything that happened, if we can get a replay on that. with potential lap traffic. That's a very unusual mistake for Chris to be able to make. It's easy to overshoot that, like we saw Tommy do, and we've seen a couple of the GT cars do, but to have it snap hook left, and here we got a replay here. Let's check it out. Oh, just a little bit. He was locked up probably with I'm going to guess the rears. When you're locked up with the front, you generally go straight. When you lock up the rears, it'll pull you one way or the other there, and he was just pushing, wanting that win so bad for his home track.
I'm sure he'd been told over the radio that his lap times were about 3 to 4 tenths slower. And wow, there's Goforth off. I don't know if he contacted the Armco there. That is at the exit of the S's, coming up Paul Newman Straight, and he gets it rolling.
That looks
don't
like
go
he
over
hit
there. That's mud over there. You might be stuck. Get that back on the pavement. Let's go.
That looks like he contacted the Armco there a bit.
Yep.
And he's going to have trouble if there's suspension damage there to actually make that turn. He's doing a pretty good job. Even just finding reverse sometimes in these cars is a tricky deal. But anytime you also back into that mud, that's tough. You could see the mud that's backed up there. Hopefully we can get him rolling. Boy, we've had some challenges here. These guys have done an amazing job in all this wetness to find their way back on track and rolling. Got quite a bit of debris there, though.
And the Goforth got off there, and that's just a local yellow. We've not had a full course yellow. And the report from the pits is that the steering appears to be broken on Chris Dyson's car, so he is done for the day.
And you can see that left front wheel was not as round as it was in the prior lap there. A bit oblong, took a hit, might have had some suspension damage there, which obviously probably did the steering damage there. Really unfortunate day for Chris Dyson, and his return here was running super solid. Was going to be on that podium for sure.
I noted the tires were all up after the crash, so it wasn't a flat.
Right. Yeah. Probably just as he's pushing it, probably had the bias a little bit to the rear, as you do when you start to race in the rain from your dry setup. There's so much weight in the dry because there's grip when you brake that you need to have more bias to the front. So you'll typically dial it 3 or 4 clicks to the rear. The clicks that I'm talking about, there's a knob on the dashboard for almost every race car out there that will change the bias, how much pressure goes to the front master cylinder and how much pressure goes to the rear, and you fine tune that through a race as your tires go up or the conditions change. Now, so surprise here, David Pintarek, who's been smooth and steady all race long, finds himself in second in TA, a guy that's been so close to the podium recently and so deserved is now in place. He's got a lot of laps left, 27 minutes or 22 laps, and at this pace it's going to be laps, and we're going to finish way before our 75 minutes if we stay green. I should knock on wood here. Great job there by Pintarek, and this puts Dreesy on the podium as we see David lock up the rears and slide them back as we come in there.
Well, his last lap was several tenths faster than Paul Menard's, but now that's Menard right within sight, right behind.
He's got the bit in his teeth and wants to go. And I tell you, this is one of those situations. We've seen this happen at races like Petit Le Mans, in the biggest of biggest races here, when we get real downforce and you've got cars that do have ABS and do have traction control. Our Jesse Schmidt in SGT is running super strong here, and if Paul Menard's there's a threat here. I mean, he's got a big gap, but if any little mistake there, and we could have a GT car winning overall. Chris has climbed out, fortunately, found a safe spot, not a place that he wants to watch the race from, with that Jim Weed Ford Mustang. Unfortunately, unable to continue here.
20 laps remaining and no walk in the park for Paul Menard. Looking at the times that Schmidt is putting down, the outcome of this is still in doubt.
Absolutely, and Paul's got to keep in mind. Obviously, he understands the gap. Paul Gentilozzi and the Gentilozzi brothers down there are telling him everything lap to lap. They're probably doing the math exactly like you did. There's 20 laps to go. How much can we give up? What do we have to chill? We don't have to win this race by a mile. We don't have to win this race by 2 laps. We need to win it by an inch. It's the same amount of points. And we're thinking championship, and we're in really tough changing conditions here as this place dries out or gets wetter. He's still on the edge as he turns in for that downhill there. He's still braving it out. I'm sure those guys are going to see that video and go, hey, Paul, maybe chill out a little bit. As cool, calm, and collected as he is in person and in the car, when you see him, a guy like that, pressed like that, maybe you want to tell him to chill out. There's a championship to go here. I don't want them to do that. I want them to push and go, but if I'm his team owner, that's what I'm saying. As we see Paul work around Brian Utt here. Patrick Utt, sorry. Brian Utt is his brother, a longtime friend of mine. One of these guys that actually helped save my career back in the late 90s here, put me in his F2000 car, and we won Road Atlanta together in the rain on slicks in a crazy, crazy day with drivers like Dan Weldon, Marc-Antoine Cameron, Aaron Justice, a bunch of really good, solid guys out there.
Look at that line outside the white line at the exit of the uphill, and that is that newer pavement, what was runoff, but now that's got a lot of tooth in it because in the dry you don't run out there, and he was using that to great advantage.
Our drone shot here. That is a great view of his line here. He's wide in the uphill, wide in West Bend, and wide net downhill. He definitely learned a ton from following Matty here. Staying a full car width off that outside and daring to go as wide as he can before he ventures back in for the decreasing radius turn 2, never touching that apex. Interesting here for the left-hander. He'll dive in early just like the dry line. Maybe it's just slow enough and it's okay and it's draining well enough down there that he can actually get to that apex. Like you mentioned, though, he's so wide here. He's literally over the white line on the outside here.
Yeah, might not see it this lap because of passing that car, but yeah, there's plenty of room out there if you need it. It doesn't look that way from the driver's seat. It looks like the pavement just falls away. But if you know it's there, you can take advantage.
And you know it's sticky as well as we join the number 10 of Eric Joyner here, 5th overall. This is a GT3 Porsche. This should be an absolute monster in the rain. He was praying. We talked before this race. Great guy joining us again. He joined us at Lime Rock last year. Hopefully he can come to more events on the Trans Am presented by Pirelli schedule. He likes this. Little padiddle here. One headlight coming through. But good boy Bob. Awesome coffee there. I know he helps the paddock out, and really liking this rain around here. Top 5 overall and leading XGT.
You know, anybody younger than us has never heard of a padiddle, but that is what you call a car with one light working. At least we did back when we were kids, right?
And it's almost a punch bug. It's almost a punch bug. Like we're practically there. One headlight out there, so it's as close to a modern-day punch bug, a GT3 Porsche as you can get.
At about 150 times the cost.
Yes. There's probably a bunch of people at home Googling what the heck we're talking about right now, but a little old school fun here in the booth. Watch these guys splash around in the wet.
This is Tommy Dreese, and Tommy's just a little off pace, but he's got a good line, and 20 minutes to go in this race. He's going to be just fine, and he's probably going to get a splash of champagne up there on the podium.
Absolutely. Here we're in the teens with laps remaining. Here we're about 3/4 of the way through this race. Tommy Dreese running 6th overall, trying to catch up to Penteric, but we've got a good gap there. Tommy running halfway between the dry line and the wet line there, not quite putting it all the way outside as far as Menard is doing, looking for that grip, probably just trying to take this home. There's a story here. Tommy went huge in practice, was quick, was running second quick, and then tried to go a little bit more and ended up in the tire wall. And unfortunately, this is a backup car. This may be Simon Gregg. Simon wasn't able to join us this weekend. We wish him well. Oh, our 3rd in SGT. This is definitely going to bring out.
That's going to get us a full course caution. That thing is in bad shape.
If you see the mud there, he followed the exact tracks, meaning his left rear was probably in the same exact spot that Goforth's was in and had the exact same. We may have a replay on it here. Hopefully we can pick this up. But the front end, unfortunately, is off of that TRB SGT.
Yeah, we don't have video of his crash, but the tire tracks there, as you just said, tell the story, and that Armco is unforgiving.
If you can see, kind of even from this far back, looking back, that asphalt drops off there, and you kind of, it's not so much a little river, but you get water that condenses through there, and it's just millimeters deeper than it is there, and if you're turning or increasing that radius, it's tough to keep that power down as you're getting here and these tires are wearing out, and maybe you're getting a little more confident. Unfortunately, that's the end of the day for Brian Utt here. Patrick Utt, sorry. Patrick. Brian, I love you at home if you're watching,
Patrick,
buddy.
If we could go back up to the debris field, to just kind of run the drone back up track a bit. So, yeah, there are the tire tracks where we can see where he went off, where Goforth went off earlier. And that corner, the exit of the S's, is maybe the second most important corner here because it leads onto the second longest straightaway. So you really want to try to carry as much speed at the edge of that corner. But it's also a place, Andy, where it's very easy to run out a racetrack there.
And it's not super fast, so you probably get a little bit of confidence in what you're doing coming out of there. But the problem is you're also like right at peak torque. Right. So you can easily kind of mat it thinking I got to go and break that rear end loose. And like you said, those tracks are almost identical. We can see that thing had a ride. If we had an onboard for Utt, we would see, look, you could tell the hash marks right in the middle of your screen there. That thing did 3, 4, 5 pirouettes before it came to a rest.
Campers lining the fence there at the exit of the S's and the beginning of Paul Newman Straight up there in the FCP Euro Proving Grounds when we're not using it for campers for the pro race weekends. So he ended up just kind of edged against the rail there, and we are under full course caution with 14 laps remaining, and Paul Menard, our leader.
So Paul will be able to restart here as our leader, and boy, I tell you, Jesse Schmidt is thinking big dreams right here.
Well,
this is he wanted this potential moment here that does close up the SGT battle, as now not only is Jesse Schmidt thinking, man, could I win a Trans Am race overall, but he's also thinking Chris Coffey's now closer to me.
All right, we're under full course caution at Lime Rock. We're going to take a break.
America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park. Trans Am race under full course caution for a crash on the Paul Newman straightaway. That car in the process of being removed, and hopefully we can get back to racing shortly. On the clock, 14 and a half minutes to go. 12 laps remain, Andy Lally.
This is gotta be the time where we're getting, I was just talking to our statistician here, Scotty, our statistician, Scott Conway, has been providing the Trans Am Series with a lot of stats through the years and sent me a note that the last time a GT car is won overall, and I don't want to jinx Paul, but was 1966, 60 years ago. So his name is Andy Yorkin, and he, I'm sorry, no. Oh, it was Alan Moffat. So, okay, we're going back and forth here as I'm texting him because I know he's our text guru here, and we'll figure all that out.
All right, let's more on that in a moment. Let's get down to Ford Martin in the pit lane.
All right, thanks, guys. Down here in Paul Menard's pit, the word from him on the radio was, quote, well, it's wet. And that's the message he had, his crew talking to him, and a little back and forth that he had on the radio. But Paul just talked about, I'm just trying to save my stuff here and not go off track, essentially. So that's the word for Paul Menard and his crew, and trying to finish this off and go for 3 in a row here at Lime Rock Park.
Thanks, Ford. The very first Trans Am race was won by a 2-liter car. Was an Alfa Romeo, I believe. Bob Tullius was the 5-liter winner in a Dodge Dart because the Camaros and the Mustangs weren't out yet. You know, we were running Falcons and Darts and Barracudas. The Barracuda had just come out. They had a factory team. All right, there's the crash car being pulled to pit lane. But yeah, the very first Trans Am race was won by a car on the undercard.
There we go. I love it. Mike Joe, I love this, the wealth of knowledge and the encyclopedia that you are. I know you've been a fan for so many years on the Trans Am side, and love being able to get that. Absolutely awesome.
Now, the cars from the original Trans Am Series, 1966 to 72, what we call historic Trans Am, they're coming back to Lime Rock Labor Day weekend. We're bringing 24 cars, mostly from the West Coast, and Parnelli Jones Mustang will be here. Sam Posey's Dodge Challenger will be here racing. Tony Dreese owns the Jim Hall Chaparral Camaro from 1970. That may be here. I'm bringing one of the Owens Corning Camaros from 1970, the car that Tony DiLorenzo raced here in 1970. That will be in the field. Warren Agor's Camaro. A lot of very, very famous cars from Trans Am history at the Vintage Fall Festival, Labor Day weekend here at Lime Rock. Alfa Romeo is the featured mark. Historic Trans Am is the featured class. And we're racing Friday, Saturday, and Monday of Labor Day weekend with a huge, biggest in Connecticut car show on Sunday here at Lime Rock.
Absolutely awesome. Very, very cool. Am I remembering right, did you interview Jay Leno with one of his AMCs? I remember watching this. Was it the AMC Javelin that he had?
It was at Jay Leno's garage. We brought one of Ken Epsman's cars, and one of ours as well.
As we get ready to come back to green here, Paul Menard, again thinking championship, ready to roll. Has got a good gap on that second place car with a lap car between him.
Flag on the left of your screen, and we're back to green. Everybody's spinning wheels, and a big rooster tail of spray as they roll off into Big Bend with Menard in command.
And that was not a lap car between them. And you see Chris Coffey, he's got Jesse Schmidt in his sights. And we've got Jesse Schmidt giving Paul Menard, keeping him honest here, not going to let him coast home, going to make him pressure the rest of this lap.
So the class battle are those two Porsches, 91 and 97. They are separated by two cars in the middle here, but he's going after Menard.
The 91 of Jesse Schmidt and the Porsche, Chris Coffey in the Ferrari 458. Oh, looks to the inside of David. So close coming up the hill here.
Through West Bend, under the Bailey Bridge, and through the downhill onto the Sam Posey Straight.
Jesse Schmidt keeping everyone honest here. Looking, he wasn't pulling to make a move. He needed to see. That's the first time he's probably been right up the bumper of a Trans Am car and how much wake there is and how much water they throw up there. All of a sudden, Chris Coffey again. Look, he wants it. He wants that SGT win, and he wants a shot at that overall shot. Chris Coffey is one of the hardest driver, not in a bad way, in a great way. And he's seeing Jesse up there giving Paul Menard fits, and he wants in. He's quicker than Pinteric is here. He's got that ABS. He's got that traction control. He's probably got a little bit. That Ferrari's probably got a little better rain tire.
And here he comes to the inside. Oh, is there contact?
There
yes!
is.
And the car goes in the wall. That is not the best place to pass at Lime Rock Park, in the dry or in the wet, as the cars compress for the hill. That is a tough way to end your day.
It might not be
trying
over
to get
here.
it into gear and see if you can get it up the hill. If the steering's not badly damaged.
I think if we could get him down and into neutral here, that we can be able to potentially roll it back down the hill and get it rolling. And if he can get it back into gear, it doesn't look like he hit too hard on the wall here. Lime Rock is really good with leaving a big air gap between that guardrail and that tire wall. So we've seen him move over. He might actually just have the splitter stuck underneath there.
There we go. Yes, you're exactly right. Yep. If he can back it away from the tire wall, he should be able to drive it away, and here he goes.
Okay, and we're full course yellow, and we've got a replay here. You see Coffey come in. He's trying to make the pass clean. He goes in super deep on the brake, and he can't turn. And he drifts to the outside, and David's still there. They make contact, and unfortunately, it puts David nose on into the wall. David was trying to race him. He knew he was going to have the better part of the grip coming out. He wanted that. He still wanted to go after Paul to get that position back and try to go win this race overall.
And while I don't condone Coffey's move, it's not like he could have waited till West Bend to make the pass, because he had another car right up his tailpipe.
Really, really tough spot there. Obviously, yeah, with the mix of the classes there. I think Pinteric is able to stay on pit lane. He's pulled into the pits, and he's just going a lap down now, so I don't know how much damage there is. I'm looking out the window here. It's more left front damage than I thought, but there's still air in the tires, and they're going to send them. They're going to send him here. Probably just wanted to be smart and not. He might not be thinking about that overall position as he is finishing this race. And logging some decent points here. He's had a bunch of third and fourth place finishes here. If he can get another one here, that kind of keeps him in contention for the season.
Well, with that car being able to drive away and not leaving any apparent debris, we should be able to get back to green pretty quickly.
And talk about quickly. 7 laps goes by real quick here. So we'll probably stay under yellow for at least one more lap, but that puts us at 6 minutes. We've got 6 minutes to go in the race and about 7 minutes worth of laps to do. So probably with that last yellow extending here, it's going to be 6 minutes. This is going to be
5 laps.
Yeah, this will be a pretty quick 5-lap shootout here. Everything's on the table. Jesse Schmidt back there trying to be the first GT car to win overall here in 60 years. Paul Menard trying to stay cool, calm, and collected like we've always talked about with him. And then our variable there, Chris Coffey.
And we've just been told Benterick has taken his car to the garage.
That's
a shame for the day to end early like that. That was an accident not of his doing.
David has been such an important part of this Trans Am series, such an important part of the Trans Am family, not just the Trans Am series. He's done so much for almost every single team member in here. His work with our troops, even just something he recently did at the Mid-Ohio School, where he invited 2 of our members from Velocity out, which is our parent company here at Racing America, to experience racing for the first time and drive around and get that feel, put a helmet on, strap into something with a roll bar and have some fun here. So an awesome guy. We hate to see the bad luck that he had here today.
Well, this restart is going to be mega. The whole field is going to be packed and bunched together. It looks like one more lap of caution at least. We may get as few as 3 laps to run under green to finish this one off. And a lot of positions at stake and a lot riding on this restart and that hopefully final charge into Big Bend with the field all bunched together. There you see the area where the accident took place, and the cars just drifted straight off track into the runoff, into the tire wall. Tough way to end the day.
Now, doing the math here real quick, there's 4 minutes and 4 seconds left. It's about a 1:48 pace car lap here. I can't tell if the lights went off in the uphill or not.
Andy, when we run out of time, if the lights are out, would the flag wave next time by once time expires?
They will predict when you want to finish the race just a few seconds after the time expires. So we're not going to finish it early. It would be the lap after the time expires. Yes,
Here we go. We're going back to green. Pace car is in. Paul Menard leads them down the front straightaway. And here we go. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Porsche's looking to the inside of Paul Menard's Mustang. Here's the Ferrari diving into Big Bend on the outside.
Coffey made the move on Joyner to be able to get to that 3rd spot overall, and now there's a fight for the SGT win here and the overall podium. Jesse Schmidt and Coffey for the win for SGT. Paul Menard holding off these GT cars. All of those guys have ABS. They're all braking way better than him, and he's hoping that when he gets on this straightaway, he can gap him just enough that he can roll through here.
He's got the power and takes it to and through the uphill. Now coming to the flat West Bend. Mustang, Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche.
Man, when this day started, this is not the final 2 laps I thought I was going to watch here. But the rain at Lime Rock will do that to almost any race series here.
Tommy Dreese well back behind these 4 as the 3 GT cars scatter, each trying to get a clear view of the run into West Bend. Oh, the Ferrari locked up, little lock up there and slide, carrying just a little too much speed, trying to narrow that gap.
That left front did look locked up, didn't it? Maybe he's not on that ABS as much as we think he is. Minute 2. That probably means we might see the white flag next time by. Not sure. Probably see 2 to go next time by. Chris Coffey charged out of the gate on that green flag, but Jesse Schmidt has been able to answer in his Porsche and put a fairly safe gap right there.
Yeah, he's in the rocking chair. He's in a great place right now. Not quite close enough to challenge Menard, but with a significant lead to protect here. And this should be 2 to go.
And Joyner's not out of this. That GT3 Porsche took a look to the inside of Coffey coming into turn 1 there. 3 different classes in our top 4. As Joyner gets by, Coffey's got to have a problem. I wonder if that ABS actually failed there. I thought he had ABS. Maybe I'm wrong. But we're seeing Joyner really start to come on now. And
Well,
who knows, maybe with one to go.
He may not have locked the brake. He may have just carried too much speed into that corner.
Possibly, yeah.
And the tires did all they could, but he couldn't hold that line. Gap about the same. Through West Bend, and we'll look for the white flag for Paul Menard this time. He has done just a masterful job here of managing his resources in very challenging conditions. White flag waves, 1 lap to go for the Trans Am cars.
Paul has answered that call and been able to pull out at just enough car lengths here that he doesn't have to pressure the entry, and he can worry on that. But you position the car, get that drive off. That's where this car is going to be strong.
Where's the Ferrari? He's fallen way back. He's in the picture, but he lost several seconds that lap.
And Eric Joyner in that XGT car is coming on strong. Actually, potentially has a potential look here at Jesse Schmidt. But Paul Menard, way in control. Great line coming up the hill here. Big enough speed. Just has to get through 2 more corners here.
What a great drive. Andy, I'll tell you, I can't believe the lap times that these TA cars are putting down in pouring rain and standing water here at Lime Rock. Here he comes out of the downhill corner and to the Sam Posey straight, and the checkered flag for Wisconsin's Paul Menard and his Ford Mustang.
Race number 5 on the season is not when Paul Menard expected to get his first win, but this is big, not just to get that monkey off your back, not just to stop the momentum of Chris Dyson Racing and Matty Brabs, but to have a huge swing in the points with Brabham finishing way back and Menard taking the win after Menard was second to him in all these races. This will be a bigger swing, and this will close the gap. Going to Indianapolis, our next race, this is going to be pretty wild.
And don't forget that later today, the Cube 3 TA2 Series is going to be live from Lime Rock at 2 p.m. We hope the weather improves, but we're going to have an exciting race whether we get a wet track or a dry track, that's for sure. So here they come, and they'll come to pit lane and to the podium. What a great drive for Paul Menard. Hard fought and well earned.
Paul Menard winning TA, Jesse Schmidt winning SGT, Eric Joyner winning XGT, Michael Saya coming back and winning GT here. Great drives by all these guys, and Brent Goforth, after a tough start to the weekend, that crew hustling, getting it back together, and he's going to win GT1.
It's going to take them a little while to navigate toward victory ceremonies here, so let's take a break from Lime Rock Park.
On America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park with Andy Lally. I'm Mike Joy. Ford Martin is with our winner.
Paul Menard, his first win on the season in round number 5 of the TA Series presented by Pirelli. Gets out of his Pittsburgh Paints machine. Paul Menard. Paul, I mean, I know you didn't think it would be this long until you got your first win of the year, winning 3 in a row at this racetrack. Talk about how special it is.
Yeah, I mean, battling Brabham all year long, right? He's got the best of us the first 4 races, I guess. So we had to do the Rowdy Busch razzle dazzle on the outside and got the lead, and he's got me back, and had an issue of some sort. But car has been fast all week, and we're so tight with those guys. Every session goes back and forth, and guys do a good job, and we're really pushing hard to up our game. They're doing the same, and the speeds that these TA1 cars are producing is incredible compared to a couple years ago. They're hauling ass. They're a lot of fun. Even the rain, man. These cars handle great in the rain. Pirelli does a great job with the rain tire, with the dry tire, and thanks to 3GT Pittsburgh Paints and on to, I guess, Indy. Go kiss the bricks.
How much fun was it racing in the rain today?
A lot of fun, man. It brought back some ice racing memories of, ice racing and Homestead and Kansas. Some of these tracks where we really have to search around to find some grip. I was moving my line almost every lap and finally kind of settled into a line. Then we went green again after the restart. And I was so loose. The Porsche, he was on my tail, and I was trying not to get in the middle of their race. So I just had to hit my marks and pull away, but a lot of fun.
All right, Paul Menard, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Paul Menard wins 3 in a row at Lime Rock and his first win of 2026.
What a great job in very challenging track conditions. And now the rain seems to be letting up a bit. Wonder what it'll be like for our Cube 3 TA2 Series coming up at 2 p.m. Here's a look at results.
Jesse Schmidt, 5 minutes after I met Jesse Schmidt this weekend, I took him to medical, and he's got 4 stitches in his right pointer finger. He unloaded his own car, got his finger caught in the fender, and about sliced it off. So this is quite an amazing result for him. His first race, his first win in SGT, second overall. A really commendable job. A great battle with another great driver, Chris Coffey here. But Paul Menard, the story, finally breaking Matty Brab's streak and making a big swing in points.
Tough day for Chris Dyson and Matt Brabham, both of whose cars had issues. Patrick Hutt, Bill Goforth, all of them ended up right against or near the Armco here on this challenging 1.53 mile circuit. Well, Road to Glory is coming up next, and at 2 p.m. today, the Cube 3 TA2 Series live at Lime Rock Park. So stick around and watch an episode of our original program, Road to Glory, followed by TA2 action at 2 p.m. It was a soaker, but it was a stunner with cars off track in all directions. But when it was over, Paul Menard, as he said, did a little Rowdy Busch razzle-dazzle and drove his line to victory.
Copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of Racing America. We hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
we get there Thursday night. I get all my media day stuff done. You know, I get to bed. I'm going to bed feeling really good about the next day. You know, get to get some testing in on Friday, and then we go out for testing on Friday. And we've got a little bit of a clutch issue, and I'm like, hey, first test session, no big deal. So we go in, the guys fixed a bunch of stuff. They're working their tail off for 5 hours straight. And we go out for the next test session, and problem's still there. Work overnight trying to get that car working and trying to get it ready. And we go out for the practice session on Saturday, and everything's great. I mean, the car runs, the setup's not great, but we figure we're going to get it fixed for qualifying, and we're going to have a good race car. And then qualifying gets rained out. So we start off of my crappy practice time, and I think I'm starting like 24th overall or something like that. And so I take a deep breath. I'm like, hey, it's a long race. We've got 75 minutes out here. I'm just going to try to pick one off at a time. And I'm getting suited. I get my pre-race prayer in and ready to go. And then, boom, everything's gone just with a snap of a finger. So that was just kind of like the last straw, I guess, was that just right before while we were on grid. And then it was just a tough weekend, but they happen. Things break. It's a race car. Things are not going to go well. Things are going to go well. So we learned a lot on that weekend, and I grew myself, my character, and I'd say my adaptability and resilience definitely helped, and the crew learned a lot about the car and what tends to break on them. So we got a new rear end in it this week, and we're good to go.
Born on America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
I mean, I guess quoting the Ford versus Ferrari movie, there's just a certain point at a certain, RPM with just the engine screaming and stuff like that where you just feel at peace and like the whole world just goes quiet, whether it's packing up on a race start, double file, and just that adrenaline rush and just how it just makes me feel like I can express myself, and it just makes me feel like I'm at home and where I belong to be, where I'm meant to be. I've tried a lot of things in my life and I've failed at a lot of things in my life, but racing is just so much different. It's the first time in my life where I feel like I'm not trying to be someone that I'm not. Yeah, this is my second year racing in person in real life, so it's definitely a big pill to swallow, I'd say. And the hardest thing about it is just nobody knowing who I am and nobody knowing my talent, my skill, and that's what this year is about, is just proving that, hey, this is me, this is who I am, and I belong here and I can hang with all these other kids. On one hand, it's nice to have a big fan backing and to have a big reputation and name to yourself, and everyone's like, oh, he's that kid, and he's a SCUSA Nationals, SCUSA Pro Tour champion, and he's a Grand Nats champion, Super Nats champion, or he went and won a GT Challenge race or went and raced in ARCA. But at the same time, it's also nice having people be like, who is this kid and where did he come from? Being on the simulator for probably 3 years before I ever got into a go-kart for the first time, and then by the time I started go-karts, we kind of just decided if I start karting at 16, then by the time I'm competitive with all these kids, I'm going to be 20 or 18, and at that point, there's not really much to do.
The ingredients are there, it's how you mix that ingredients, and this year's all about understanding what's happening. So again, we always talk about building that foundation. That's what he's doing.
At some point, they're going to be like, who is this kid and why is he where he is? Why is he up with all these other kids who we know? And then at that point, it's nice to have people kind of look back into me and really figure out who I am. But it's definitely a challenge not having a name for myself. That's the biggest part of this year, I feel like, is building my reputation, building my name, and really putting myself out there.
I think it makes it easier to come home if you're sad, anxious, anything. You come home and you get to see your dogs, and that makes everything better, especially from a long day, a long weekend at the track and whatever. They're always here, always happy.
Yeah, I agree. Dogs are the best. They're my favorite. They don't talk back. He had a super rough day. He had to wake up today. And get out of bed too. That's probably the hardest thing he's done all day.
The other thing we do is my dad comes, he gets coffee every morning for my mom and him, and he comes home every day with treats. I know.
You can say coffee. Coffee? Jack, do you want to go get coffee? Because they substitute coffee with treats. So I'm the youngest, and then Jackson is, I think, like 20, 30 minutes older than me, so he has that on me, but nothing else. It's my serve because I scored. What is it, 4-4?
It's like everything we do.
4-3. 4-3? I have 4. Okay. All right, that wasn't my best work. We got it.
Homework, studying, grades, everything.
That wasn't my... Oh, yeah, that was my point. Good job. That was fine. That's a close one this time. I don't remember not having a competition with him. I think it's pretty much our whole life. We've always been trying to like be better than the other one. So I mean, it can be with racing, who can eat our food quicker. It's honestly anything that requires two of us.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
I feel like we need to cut. I accidentally set it for 5 hours instead of 5 minutes.
I can cook if I want to. If I wanted to, I could. I don't want to, but I can if I can choose to. I'm very limited. If I have a recipe in front of me, I'm good. But if I don't, I'm not good.
It was more just for fun, like go out with my dad to Wisconsin and drive with him, like bonding, just fun time like that. But I think when I got older, like 11, 12, when we started hopping into cars, it was like, all right, like I used to have other trainers I used to go with in Chicago to do that stuff. And it's like, I mean, even 8 months ago, I don't think I would ever expected to be down here because we just moved in August. And it's even in June and July before that, it's like never expected to be moving down to North Carolina and starting a new life with Toyota down here and school, everything.
I tell all of them that when you step into this race car, when your parents put you in this race car, you become an adult. You have to act like an adult. You know, I'm going to be hard on you, you know, but because this is a tough sport.
Anything can change in like the blink of an eye, so it's really hard to figure out, like, and it's kind of hard to play it, but you really just have to focus on you.
For like me growing up, you never got an opportunity to drive a race car at 13, 14, 15 years old. You know, everybody that wanted you to drive, I was very fortunate. I drove for other people most of my career, and but they wanted you to have experience before they put you in. I was lucky enough that some guys seen me at a young age and said, hey, you know, here's your shot.
Sometimes you're like, oh, but what if I never make it? But I think that fuels you even more when you're sitting there thinking like, well, I might as well work the hardest at it and be the best at it. And who else would they pick besides me?
There's no really entry level. Like there is, but it's still hard. Like there's no, like you can't just go somewhere and be like, oh, I want to race and do, you can't expect yourself to do good. Really anywhere you go, there's going to be challenges, people that are better than you if you go there. I mean, when you first start racing, there's going to be someone that's done it longer, you know, just has more experience. And that's kind of like the whole reason you keep pushing, just because you want to be better than them. And then you'll find somebody else and you're like, oh yeah, I need to beat them. Like you want to be the best. And you can never really go into it expecting a lot. Like, once you start, you really have to just focus on getting better. Like, there's a skill disparity that's, like, really big.
At this age, I look for progression. I look for, you know, hey, what did we learn the last couple weeks that we're bringing it back every week, bringing it back from this year to next year. And again, it really takes, no matter what situation you're working with a driver, it usually takes a year or two. Even the adult drivers, it takes a year or two for everything to start clicking. So we're in a little bit different mode here as far as grooming them. And so again, my goal is to just hope that they leave here with something more than they came with.
I think you're constantly learning, and there's no time that you're like, oh, well, I'm talking to him, it's fine. You're always, especially like me coming up new to the series and everything, I'm learning everything from everybody, writing it down, like filing it, whatever.
It's just like anything. If you want to be good at it, you got to go for it. You got to want to be here.
Born on America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
As a race car driver, you have to always know where victory lane is if you plan on winning. You know, pulling over the bridge and coming in there and seeing victory lane right there, it just gives you a sense of, all right, at the end of this weekend, I'm going to be there. It's racing, and we're all doing what we can to win.
The feeling of winning is great. Well, I don't think I'm ready. I know I'm ready. I mean, motivation's a really big one. Just what gets me up every morning, and just like, I just think about like, this is what I chose to do with my life, and I'm really thankful for it.
Last season, I had never been to any of these tracks with a Trans Am car. I'd been there in an open wheel car or something else, but never in a TA2 car. So 3-lap runs, you know, in one practice session, I wanted maybe a couple more, like you said, just to try and teach myself a little bit more and whatnot. But, you know, learning to be able to have quick runs like that and being able to go out and figure it out right away is definitely a strong suit.
Very few people come into TA2 their first time and run away with a championship. You know, I actually have not seen that. It takes a while.
There's probably 14 or 15 guys that could win a race at any given track at any given point.
When I did the road courses races with NASCAR and ARCA and NASCAR, not all of them are so very strong on road courses. But here, you know, you're coming to a championship that everybody is good on road courses. This is what they're doing. So I knew it's going to be tough, but I'm ready for that. Like, again, I came from Europe. I did only road courses my whole life. That's my thing. It's going to be tough, but it's going to be fun.
Just with how close everybody is, it's not so much about just being fast. It's about being smart and being a really good racer.
Let's just say this race has a history of the opening laps being a little bit rough.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, to be honest with you. I can see a lot of these young drivers going for it.
You look at the class of 2025, and they started out a little bit wild, and they matured a lot, to the point where our last two races of 2025 were green to checker with no full course cautions, and that's amazing. What a turnaround from race one. So I'm hoping we can kind of continue that momentum with some of the veterans that have come back, and keep the message of the rest of the drivers that we're sending out, keep them patient.
All drivers know how to press the go on the whoa pedal. That's not the issue. It's when you press it and how much you press it, and they're very calculating how to do that.
For me, in regular season or championship format, you just want to go out there and obviously you want to win every race, but at the end of the day, just get solid points, just rack up solid points throughout the year. And one of the national karting championships I won, I think I only won one race, and the rest of the races I finished on the podium, and it was enough to win the championship just because I was consistent. And maybe I could have won more races, but I played conservative and took a P2 finish because I knew that in the end it would pay off.
I think SLR and Chevrolet have done a pretty good job of sussing out young drivers at an extremely young age and seeing their potential, and Elio is probably one of those guys. You can look at how he got the pole at Coda, but it's backed up by the speed that he had going in, especially with so little time in those cars, and he's done an amazing job.
It didn't surprise me because I have been watching him making that kind of races for 2 years. Since 2024, I know how he drives, how he managed all that kind of fights. With me, the first time he beat me, I was really surprised and happy. It was like, wow, this is a great kid, how he fight with me and he beat me. And it was not like I feel injured, I feel like happy because that kid is going to make big things happen.
I think this weekend he knows there's a lot of eyes upon him. I think some of the veterans will race him a lot differently because he was an unknown quantity back then. But now they know who he is. He's in a front-running car, a winning team. Watching him at testing, I think he's on the front end of the spear there, on the tip of the spear.
Growing up, I was like, man, I'm going to go to IndyCar, or I'm going to be in NASCAR. You just say these things, but then as you get older, you realize it's not as easy as saying you just want to be an IndyCar driver, right? There's a lot of money behind the scenes. I think as a driver, all you can do is just kind of, in a way, ignore that and just focus on just doing the best that you can on track, because that's all you can do. So controlling the things that you can control.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
One of the most rewarding parts of my job is doing what I can to contribute to helping young drivers make the right decisions or get faster or any part of seeing them grow into a more viable option for a team owner that wants to hire them. That's so much of the percentage of why I'm in this position in the first place. I enjoy that a lot. It's a way for me to give back. It's interesting and exciting. But there's another side of that when I am part of the decision-making process for any penalties or whatnot. And there's a lot of those penalties and decisions that have to be made that are, even when they're clear-cut, but often, there's a lot of gray area and borderline stuff that you have to make a call on one way or the other, and you have to make that call. Having been in that situation and having something that I've wanted so much, worked so hard for, dedicated so much time to, and had one little instance that takes that away, as a driver, it was gutting. As someone that had to be a part of the process to take that effort and penalize it is gut-wrenching.
The Mozak incident, I went into the corner, I felt like, prior to the caution, I felt like I was just eating away at those guys. I was catching them like massive chunks of time a lap, and I knew I was going to get by them if we had stayed green. So I think at one point, like at first when the yellow came out, I was like, oh crap, we're going to end under cautions. Dang it. Didn't quite get back to the podium. And then when we went green and we had to start, and then it was like hectic. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about like long term. I was just like, I gotta get by Mozak and I gotta get to Vinny, and then we'll see what happens after that. So I gotta get back to second. But specifically into the corner, I went into the corner, hit the brake pedal. I knew as soon as I hit the brake pedal, I was like, oh crap, I've got a lot of momentum on him here. And I felt like I got to the inside based on what the rule says. It's just racing, and it's the first race of the year. We got 11 more to go to get back points.
Born on America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Yeah, Graham Jacobson, I didn't get to talk to him too long, but funny story, he was running the SCCA race here, and then went home on Saturday, had his prom, and then was racing again here Sunday morning, because this is his home track, and he's really into racing. So I've never heard somebody leaving a racetrack to go to their prom to come back to the racetrack. I thought that was pretty cool.
With my first actual race being at my home track and being at a place that's just so special to me, I think it's really good. And I have so many of my family and my friends here supporting me, and so many people that are just from Georgia that are supporting me too.
He's here. He loads into Road Atlanta. He had what would be described as not a great Sebring, and he's loading in, but his whole family's here. Extra pressure on him to run really well for the Saturday race here.
Honestly, I'd be lying if I said I didn't come back in the trailer after Sebring and bawl my eyes out for probably 10 minutes straight. It's just all the work that we put in over the off season, all the work that the team put in getting the car ready, and all the work I put in trying to, get laps in every way I can and study, watch Rafa, listen to him, get coaching, and everything we did, and it just, all goes to crap within a split second of us just leaving the grid. I mean, after Sebring, I'll take a good result as if I take the green flags. I mean, Road Atlanta is just so special to me, and it just feels like my second home almost at this point. And coming to a track that I'm so familiar with, and I know every single crack in the pavement and every single hill and turn and everything like the back of my hand, it's comforting knowing that I'm somewhere that I feel good in and I feel comfortable in. And I've never driven a TA2 car here, but I've driven plenty of other cars here, and pretty much anything with four wheels I've done a lap at Road Atlanta. And so it's really nice to, after how crappy that weekend was at Sebring, it's nice to come and get a good rebound here. It's like I told Rafa, I can be sad about it, I can be mad about it, but at the end of the day, sulking about it isn't going to change anything. And at the end of the day, I'm forever grateful to be able to come out here and say, for me, a disappointing weekend is not getting to drive a race car, where for a lot of people that's the reality for every weekend. Every single night that I'm here, I always sit at the bridge at turn 11 and watch the sunset from 10A. If you just look straight that way, it's a beautiful sight. But I know a lot of people that come here often, whether it's like HPDE days or race weekends or anything pretty much, and just the people and the atmosphere and just being around cars just always makes me really excited. Just coming out here and being able to drive a good race, in my opinion. I don't have to win, I don't have to be on the podium, but if I can be satisfied, I mean, with how I am, I'll never be satisfied if I don't win, but I can, take a deep breath and say, I think I'm proud of myself this weekend. I think that's the most important. That's my goal this weekend.
There's a ton of new and interesting stories in the paddock. One of them is Graham. He is coming off of a really tough start to the season at Sebring, where he had a mechanical that didn't even let him get to the green flag. So showing up to race 2, being his home track, this was going to be something that he wanted to prove a point, and it was awesome.
It sounds a little corny, but you can really feel when you and the car are like together, and when you can really feel the car and the car responds to how you're driving and how you like to drive it. And there's just a certain point where you can feel it in the wheel that, okay, this is how that car wants to be driven, and this is how fast this car is going to drive through this corner.
Shot out in practice too, straight to single digits on the pointy end of the chart. I think he was top 6 or 8 the entire weekend in just about every session he did. So for a rookie to come in, be best qualifying rookie, have a really solid run and show speed, that was an awesome, shot in the arm.
Whenever I go out, I'm not really thinking at all. You can't really think when you're driving a car that fast, and you just don't have time to think. Forget about the last session, forget about the last weekend, forget about the last year. It's just all about this one session, this one lap, this one turn at a time.
He's got strong teammates that he's close to in time, veterans that have won championships and tons of races, and he's already showing in the second race that he's right there, deserves to be here, and I'm looking forward to seeing his success as another one of our young drivers that learns on this platform and advances.
It's 8th place, so I'm not going to go and say I'm over the world about it, but it's a really good starting spot for, especially after how bad Sebring was and how emotional that weekend was, and just being able to come out here, be the fastest rookie in qualifying, and be able to finally show the world what I could do. Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to be people saying, where the heck did this kid come from? Because at Sebring, it just wasn't good. I was off the pace of Sebring, but Sebring's a tough track, and then so I come out here and I've had a bunch of people come and tell me, they're like, good job. So I think that's the best part, is people are finally starting to notice that I have what it takes to be in this series.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
I think that the drive comes from early in my karting years growing up. Me and my dad were always kind of the first ones to be at the track and last ones to leave. We just like being there early and practicing before everyone else, and then leaving later because we were just always trying to fine-tune those little details. So obviously you can kind of see the resemblance here now. I probably got to the track, I wouldn't say around 8 this morning, and obviously now it's 8:40.
When you see a kid that grabs pole by a few tenths, which is a large margin, then dive into his data and stay at the track until it's dark, going over stuff, because his pole wasn't quick enough, and he saw a hole here or there and wants to get better.
Got my first official pole. The past 2 races I've gone off of practice time, so feels good to finally get the official pole position. It's not like I got lucky or anything.
When you start pushing that envelope from the inside out, and what makes the great teams always great, it's a people culture, and it's the attention to detail.
Yeah, heading into it, I knew obviously we made really good changes throughout practice this weekend. We were kind of missing a little bit. And the car was already great, but Rick, my crew chief, he's like, I want you to complain. We need to make this car perfect. And I was like, all right. So I complained throughout practice, and we're just hunting for these little details. Even though we're quicker than the field, we're still going after those little margins. And so we finally found it in the practice before qualifying. We're like, all right, we're in a good spot. So we made one last change before qualifying. We were kind of uncertain because we felt like we were in a good spot, but we knew the track was going to change. So we're like, do we stay where we're at and be, happy, or do we try and go for more? And so we went for that one change, and it worked. So we got track record in qualifying, which I had no idea of until this morning. So that was really cool.
Elio Meza has been impressive on so many different levels. There's a natural talent that's obviously there, but then there's a dedication beyond just that talent.
I have a more mature conversation with him than I do with a lot of adults. But it's not just the art of the conversation, it's how he says stuff. And when he's, just like his driving, it's calculated, but it's natural for him. And I don't know if his hearing disability has made him look at things differently. It's almost like he has a photographic memory. But his attention to detail on everything, not only from a car performance, but what he's doing as a driver, what the track is, what he's asked, what he's feeling from the track. He's got that whole package, and he's just starting to scratch the surface of it.
As you kind of progress in your career, you kind of understand what lingo to use that works better with your crew chief or whatever, whether it's your team or your crew chief. For me, I've just learned kind of the right words to use, so that way it gets to the point directly. Because a lot of times you can go on a rant and kind of not explain too much, but I feel like that's one thing I've also studied is even in off season or prepping for a race, like what words can I use to maximize the detail that I give my crew. So last year I drove here in the MX5 Cup cars, and those cars are super all over the place, and when you hit those curves it kind of launches you off a lot, and it's very similar to these cars. But another thing you have to deal with is when the car lands, it bottoms out pretty hard. And so you have to really make sure your car is pointed straight, because if you hit the curb at the wrong angle, you'll go off track. And so I had a close moment in qualifying where I hit the curb just at the slightest wrong angle, and I barely grazed and dipped some tires in the dirt in turn 4. But yeah, that's the super deceiving corner, because it's one of the blind corners that you go into. So you have to really make sure when you turn in, I mean, that's where you're turning in. You're committed at that point, so you're just holding on. So you have to make sure that when you turn in into the corner that you better be pointing in the right direction.
And 2 is a theme for these numbers I'm about to give you, Andy. In 2 tries in TA2, he started first twice and finished first twice.
From a rookie standpoint, let me ask you this. The question should be, what did Connor Zillage do? What did Tristan McKee do? He didn't win his first race to 4th race in. Helio right out of the box. Put it on the box. Second race, out of the box, put it on the box. Proof is in the results, isn't it?
Born on America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Yeah, so now that we get to the start of the Cube 3 TA2 Series and here at Road Atlanta, and my heart's always pounding because here's 31 of my friends, about to take the green flag.
My whole thing in my racing is I just like to play it safe, especially with how long this race is and how it's just going to be down to whoever saves their tires the most. If I'm going to fight hard to keep my spot and to gain spots, but at the same time, if someone's burning up their tires, being really aggressive and tries to make a move on me, I'm not going to try and fight it and kill my tires over that. I'd rather just save my tires and get them back with 10 to go.
And on the front row, a couple of Chevrolets. It's Meza on the inside in the 28 machine. And to his outside, it's Perez de Lara in another Chevy Camaro. Pace car is off. And round 2 of the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series is green.
3 for 3 is pretty... I just thinking about it, it's pretty cool to think about that I'm going after that, but I try to disconnect from that. I kind of mentioned it a couple times in the past where I really separate my process from the outcome. And I think that's why I'm able to stay so calm in the car when I go out there, because I'm not worried about the result. I'm just trying to have fun and execute as best as I can, and whatever happens, happens. Obviously, it's been going well. We won COTA, we won Sebring. Now I'm happy because I got my first official pole.
I mean, I don't know if it was my earbuds are better or if it was just me, but I mean, everything just went silent. As soon as I put on my helmet, everything was just silent, and I didn't hear the motor, I didn't hear anything, I didn't hear myself breathing until my engineer told me green flag, and that's when I just kind of I just snapped out of it. And it just felt so natural to go out there and fight with Thomas Merrill and fight with Gian and defend against Laney and just all these great drivers, and really being able to be up there with them and prove myself and say, hey, I'm a great driver too.
And Elio Meza just doing Elio Meza things, pulling away from the front of the pack quickly.
You're good at everything. The braking zones, the S's, the technical parts, the restart.
You're feeling the car, you're feeling the tire, and for me, I don't know if it's my hearing or whatever, but I can feel everything really well. So if I miss a corner, I can feel it. I'm like, that's half a tenth or whatever it may be. And then that corner is another half a tenth. And then just throughout the lap, it kind of adds up, and then you realize, okay, let's try and fix it the next lap.
I mean, at first I thought there's something on the track or something up with my suspension or something, but I just got a big lick of understeer right on the exit of 12. I went off track. I managed to keep it out of the wall, keep it straight, but then hit a little pothole there. It just blew my whole left splitter off. So,
yeah, we got one off here. Speaking of going off track,
look at the gravel.
It's like he's not going to hit anything, but that's going to be a hard place to get back on from.
That's Jacobson.
At that point, I mean, I tried to get it refired. It refired. It never stalled, but it wouldn't turn and it wouldn't get out of the grass. So at that point, it's obviously just a wave of disappointment, but it's a lot different when it's your fault versus something that's out of your control. So I've learned from it, and while it's a tough way to learn, I guarantee you it's never going to happen again.
Rev Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Well, I race in Europe in the Euro NASCAR. So basically NASCAR in Europe, and it's mostly on road courses, this is where I came from, road courses. I'm not doing ovals usually. And I was looking for something as similar to that, but on road courses, and I just fell in love with the TA2.
I'll say this about Alon Day. He's the show. I told him this the other day, too. At Sebring, right? The race didn't end up working out. The car ended up getting all beaten up and the fenders flapping off it, but he was a show at Sebring.
He's a wheel man.
I hope I'm going to be in the top 1.
Alon Day has been putting pressure on everybody today. He's made a big charge from the back.
We spoke to Alon Day at Sebring, and he had a very good showing there, but I think this weekend he definitely raised some eyebrows.
Oh, did he get into contact? Or was that just heavy braking in the smoke there?
It could have been, yeah, locking up a wheel, but it looks like Day gets a spot.
Yeah, but I just like competition. I don't think it's even about cars. I think it's just competition. If I wasn't driving cars, I would race something else, like camels or whatever. I would race on something.
Here comes Alon Day, first one out of line, a peek to the inside.
The opportunity that JSSI gave me to drive here, to sponsor me for this season, is such a big opportunity for me, so I was training as hard as possible, trying to prepare myself as hard as possible, and I think I'm in the highest shape I've ever been in my life. More than when I was winning the championships in Europe, more than anything else.
It looks like Alon Day has now taken third place, so he is in the podium spot.
Alon Day will come from a wrecked race car and not qualifying all the way up to the third step on the podium.
But I knew Alon, after Sebring, he had some potential, and I knew he had a really good success in other series, racing in the Euro stuff. And obviously when he missed out on qualifying and had an incident in practice, I was bummed for him, because obviously I wanted to start up front with him and see, how good of a race we could have had. And so I knew he was going to come up through the front, so I said, before the race, I'm like, I'll see you up there. And sure enough, I look in my mirror on the final restart, and I see him P3, and I was like, all right, this is going to be good. But unfortunately, we finished under yellow, and I don't really like to win races that way, but I think, how the race was playing out, I think we would have won it fair and square anyway.
And the amazing Meza, Elio Meza, wins again. Today here at Road Atlanta, he led every lap and dominated today after setting a new track record in qualifying.
Born on America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome to the Cube 3 TA2 Series from beautiful, picturesque, historic Lime Rock Park in northwestern Connecticut. This gorgeous road course, though, has been treated to a dose of rain and cooling temperatures all day. It's presently in the high 50s. The track is quite wet, and this is expected to be a wet race all the way through. But you know what Mark Twain said, if you don't like the weather in New England, just wait 5 minutes and it'll change. And it will. I'm Mike Joy, sitting in for Matt Yoakum, and Andy Lally, the head of Trans Am, joins me in the booth. Ford Martin will be in pit lane at what we found earlier in the Trans Am race won by Paul Menard is a track that, when it's wet, can be treacherous.
We are coming off a pretty wild race from just 45 minutes, an hour ago. Watching these guys, it'll be really incredible to see where they're coming from the TA2, to see what those drivers learned from watching these guys drive around this wet track.
Well, they all had a look at the video feed, and some of those driver coaches were out walking the track and looking at various viewpoints. Where is the standing water? Where are the puddles? Where is the runoff? Those hillsides, that water has to drain somewhere, and a lot of it runs right across the track into the Salmon Kill River at the bottom of your screen, and the other one just off the Paul Newman Straight on the backside. So wet weather racing, well, Lime Rock fans, you know, they know what it's like. They've been coming here since 1957, bringing full rain gear with them. And there's a look at it. It's a wet day. A real frog strangler, as Ken Squire would have said.
And one of our locals, very, very familiar with Lime Rock Park, is Adrian Vlastowski. running in the number 3 car for CMI. They've got a bunch of, you can see that car right there, one of our coolest paint jobs. We've got an RC car of that car. Vlastowski out of Maspeth, New York, just outside of New York City there. A very unique team location for one of our TA2 cars. One of the coolest spots here, literally with New York City in the background. An incredible team, a hustling team, always running good at Lime Rock, and honestly becoming one of our strongest veterans in the TA2 series here. Consistent runner, podium finisher, just a guy that's been hustling hard, and he circles this one on the schedule. When Vlastowski and the rest of the team are ready to come, when Fast Auto loads this trailer up, they want to head to Lime Rock with an aim to win. Above all the other tracks, I mean, obviously you want to win everywhere, but above all the other tracks, they want to win for their hometown crowd.
All right, well, the false grid is filling up with our TA2 competitors. Let's meet Adrian Vlastowski.
Before every race, I always
wash my face with cold water.
The one thing fans don't realize about racing is
that it requires a good team, car, luck, and a good driver.
my biggest pet peeve at the racetrack. You know, those.
I hate when we have to park far away from our garage area.
If you had to explain Trans Am racing to someone who's never watched one of the races, how would you describe it?
Oh, it's all out madness and fun all in one. So it's like watching a Spec Miata race. I mean, except you have 550 horsepower. Whenever you think you've seen everything, like a Trans Am race will definitely have something where you've never seen before. It happens almost every weekend.
What's something people don't realize about driving one of the TA2 cars?
There's no computer aids, there's no ABS, there's no traction control, there's no anything. I think the man and machine become one. You're always at the limit, you're hanging it out, and along with the 20 other guys next to you, and we have to figure out how to do that without smashing into each other, which is a lot of fun, and it shows how good these drivers are. To win a TA2 race, it's so hard, because the competition's so good. You take 10 of the best drivers, you get all these good teams, you get all these great cars together, and now what's the difference, right? And a lot of times our lap times are different by 1/10 of a second, a few hundredths of a second, and now to win one, it's like everything has to go your way, with luck, with a great team, great driving. You almost could say you're like the best when you win one of these races.
This racetrack is unique in many ways. Among American racetracks, it's the only one where the corners have names and no numbers. And grandstand seats, don't go looking for those. There's never been a single grandstand or bleacher seat anywhere at Lime Rock Park. They're quite proud of that. Folks sit on the hillsides and enjoy the racing action here where it's wet. It's a really interesting racetrack. 7 corners. They're all different. We'll talk more about them, but first, we had a little fun with our TA2 drivers, asking them to picture in their mind and then on paper the shape of Lime Rock Park.
There's the middle. Okay.
I'm almost best off not even watching what I'm doing for this. Holy cow.
All right, so we got turn 1, just kind of sweep in, and then 2 is the same? Oh God, I'm so off. I can feel it, guys. Help! Okay, let me reset. Turn, and then you're gonna go down the bridge, hill, and then at some point...
Yes.
They made it connect. This part doesn't really happen this way, but you can if you want to.
That was pretty good. Yeah, not even. It looks like a helmet, actually.
Rev Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
The Trans Am Series is back, and it's doing great things. You got to value what the Trans Am Series, the TA2 Series, is doing for guys like Brent Cruz. It is giving them a platform to go out and really become freaking damn good road course racers.
Freaking damn good road course races. Now that, that says a lot. And, Dale Jr., in addition to being a NASCAR Hall of Famer, is one of the biggest students of the sport. And I mean, not just NASCAR, but everything. And sure, Andy, the whole NASCAR community has taken great notice of the driver progress that a lot of these young fellows are making in TA2 and Trans Am on, hopefully, the way to maybe NASCAR, maybe IndyCar, maybe something else.
The people in the industry have known this for years, and it's I love to see it getting out more and more and more, and understanding that TA2 is one of the best baselines if you have a goal of becoming a championship stock car driver. There's such a huge percentage of road courses in trucks, in O'Reillys, and in Cup now that you can't just let that be an off weekend. That's not a we'll cruise around and hopefully collect some points. That's you got to go. That's a way to get yourself way up the points ladder and into the playoffs. And we've seen it with huge talents like Brent Cruz, like Dale was talking about, and Connor Zilich and Corey Day, and our last year's champion Tristan McKee, our last year's front runner here, Thomas Annunziata, that battled out here and then came back and won his ARCA race here. Just the names go on and on and on. I'd keep leaving people out if it'd take me an hour to list the accomplishments of the top guys here. And then you've got our veterans, like we just talked about, Adrian Vostovsky, Hafa Matos, who is in this race again today in the 12th car. Past champions like Mike Skeen, just really, really good drivers learning to race stock cars on road courses.
Now look at this shot in the upper right. See where that standing water has gathered? That area is normally dry here. That tells you how much rain that we have gotten. Let's take a look at the point standings for TA2 as the cars roll off the false grid here.
Elio Meza, who has won every single race, is obviously atop the point standings, but for the first time all year, he did not qualify in pole. Alain Day nipped him by about 0.04 of a second, so it'll be Alain Day and Elio Meza first and second on here. Sam Corey, who had a brilliant drive in the race here last year, and an absolute, one of those drives that as a driver you remember for the rest of your life. So cool, calm, and collected in absolutely treacherous conditions in third and points, but not joining us here. That's going to help Adrian Vlastowski and Noah Harmon take over that fight for the final podium spot in our points here. Vlastowski in the 3, Noah Harmon, who we haven't talked about that much today, in the 7. A super solid driver here. And right behind him, the Tovo twins, 15 years old. Let's go talk down to pit lane with Ford Martin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as Marvin Gray from Road Race Ministries presents our invocation.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be here today in the beauty of your creation. And now on this Memorial Day weekend, we remember those who died that we may be free. From Saratoga to Shiloh, from Omaha Beach to Iwo Jima, we thank you for their sacrifice. And now we ask that you would be blessing would be on this place for each and every one who is a part of the festivities today, the drivers, the crew, the officials, the workers. And we thank you for our fans. Thank you for coming out and supporting us through the years. And now we ask your special protection on our police and safety forces, our troops that are protecting us right now. Lord, we remember the family of Kyle Busch and all those who are suffering loss today. We pray that you would be with them. And Lord, we ask that you would bring peace and freedom all around the world. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Connecticut State Police present our nation's colors. And to present our national anthem on this Memorial Day weekend, please welcome Tim Squire.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And a great anthem from Tim Squire as racing action coming up here from Lime Rock Park, the TA2 Series, round number 5. Next, Under the Rain in the Connecticut sky.
Burn on America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
It's a beautiful day for racing at Lime Rock Park. Any day at Lime Rock Park is a beautiful day for racing. Look how lush and green all of the landscape is, and that's largely due to a day-long rain that began here about 9:30, 10 a.m. this morning, and got pretty intense during the TA race. Let's take a look at some of the highlights and, sorry, but the lowlights of Trans Am at Lime Rock just a couple of hours ago. Green flag, Paul Menard in the blue Mustang jumping out to an early lead. Didn't last long, though, Andy.
Matty Brabs, as we knew, was going to be charging and coming through, but we saw a bunch of little mistakes lead to big issues here. Tommy Dreese going down the escape route. Chris Dyson eventually having the same thing here. Tommy a couple of times. We had notable drivers here. Bill and Brett Goforth in GT1 actually did this race on slicks.
Wow.
So kudos to them for surviving that. But then our ultimate letdown of the day, Matty Brabs breaking a clutch and just coasting in the pit lane here.
And the one big crash of the day was right there exiting the S's at Lime Rock onto Paul Newman Straight. Nobody injured, but it did require a full course caution to remove that car. Then an ill-advised pass by the Ferrari, and the Mustang, running in second place overall, ended up against the tire wall. Paul Menard, though, never put a wheel off, didn't seemingly make a mistake at all as he drove a very, very smart race, but a fast race. In the heavy rain, he was lapping under a minute.
In the heavy rain, under a minute, and with a bunch of GT and SGT cars that had traction control and ABS nipping at his heels there.
Quite a drive for Menard, picking up his first win of the season. But we had Jesse Schmidt in the Porsche 911 winning in GT. Chris Coffey, Eric Joyner, Tommy Dreese all going to the podium. It's wet, and everybody in this TA2 race, which is going to start a larger field than Trans Am, saw what can happen when you put a wheel wrong here. It is the shortest track on the circuit, and those guardrails are never very far away.
Never very far away, and probably the memory of last year is not too far away for the drivers that are here for their second, third, fourth, or fifth year. Last year was started dry, went wet, started to dry again, and then downpoured right at the end of the race. So they had a little bit of everything multiple times over. The people that learned, took notes, and can remember what they did to be fast last year are going to excel as soon as we drop the green flag here.
All right, in a steady rain, we're ready for the Cube 3 TA2 Series from Lime Rock Park. Let's go trackside for it.
Race fans, now to present the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome Cube 3 Chief Executive Officer Nick Middleton.
On this great Memorial Day weekend, drivers, start your engines.
Windshield wipers on, all ready for Gavin Gleitzman in the 51 here. A lot of different types of strategy that we'll see here play out. I imagine everybody is on range right now. It wouldn't make sense yet to be thinking about going to slick tires or even gambling that it's going to dry. We've got a huge field of 30 TA2 cars here. That's a lot around any track, but around 1.47 miles at Lime Rock, 30 cars is going to be a packed house.
You know, in the TA race earlier, Andy, I understood a couple of drivers starting on slicks because the weather here is so variable, and in these Litchfield Hills, it changes so quickly. But now that we've had several hours of steady rain and standing water around the course, yeah, I agree. you're going to want to take every bit of the advantage of those rain tires. But when they come down that front straightaway, look at the standing water on the front stretch behind the start-finish line. When they come down there throwing rooster tails of water, vision is going to be limited to the hood ornament. You know, this is going to be tough on these drivers. If you're not out front, you've got a rough road ahead.
We've got some great in-car cameras on board here this weekend, and you're going to get a chance to take a look at what these guys are seeing. There are going to be points where you're going to swear that this windshield is painted gray. I mean, we're in a good spot right now at slow speed with the big gap, and still we can see the Nitro Motorsports car of Jackson Tovo. Rafa Matos here on board with him. With a gap and slow speeds, there's still obvious. We've got wipers going all over the place. Still obviously limited visibility, but when they really get up to speed, this is going to be tricky.
All right, this is the backstretch, formerly No Name Straight. Now it's the Paul Newman Straight in honor of the great racer and actor for whom this was the home track. But look how close the guardrail was there on either side. Right here at the uphill, this was a trouble point from an ill-advised pass in the TA race earlier. Two good passing opportunities in the rain at Lime Rock, and this is one of them. West Bend is a very flat corner with a very wide entry and plenty of room to work coming out of the corner toward the bridge. You don't want to pass here in the downhill, the most difficult corner on this course, but it leads on to the longest straightaway, the Sam Posey Straight. And the other great passing point here is the end of this straightaway, going into Big Bend, where everybody will funnel down from 4 cars wide to hopefully not more than 2 and occasionally 3.
And you know, you pointed out something in the beginning of the TA race show about the water building up against the curbs, and we didn't have that much there because these guys kind of drove into the rain. The track has been empty now for about 45 minutes, and that water is building up right against those apex curbs. We saw Matty Brabham find the right line. It's the traditional rain line here. The polished dry line that you spoke about in the pre-race and in the Trans Am race. We see the drivers splashing the puddles at the apexes here. Yep. This is going to be tricky, and these lines are going to be different than what you're used to seeing in the regular dry race here.
There's another bit right at that apex of standing water as those drivers go through it. I can see doing that on the pace lap to try to dispel some of that, but it's all going to, you know, water finds its own level. It's all going to be there. There is the starting lineup. 10 of 30 cars in this race.
Gavin Gleitzman with, I believe, his best ever starting spot in 4th there. Max Reeves with a great run, only a couple of TA2 races under his belt. Our veteran Thomas Merrill, multi-time race winner, has won here before. Jackson Tovo, the opposite of that. First TA2 race at Lime Rock Park. He's 15 years old. Graham Jacobson, another young star here. Some names you might know, our veterans Keith Procek, Stanton Barrett, Tom Sheehan. Preston Peebles new with the Fast team, and Adrian there. Aiden Maciek Tunovitz. I think I got it right.
I hope so.
That's a tricky one as we get ready to come to green here as they roll down the hill. What a beautiful field.
Pace car stretches out the field and escapes to pit road. Well, here they come. Down the Sam Posey Straight, awaiting the green flag. And the TA2 Series is racing at Lime Rock. Here they charge toward Big Bend.
Anything from the third row back isn't seeing anything right now. They're waiting on brake lights, hoping that they can see a little something through there. 3 wide as we see Noah, Adrian, and Tovo trying to make their way through there.
That was one of those 8 wheels corner better than 4 routines down there. But the track there is plenty wide. It does narrow up for the exit of Big Bend. There's the left-hander, the slowest corner on the course, the right-hand part of the S's, and now we're in the Paul Newman Straight.
Gavin Gleitzman going from 4th up to 3rd here as Elio has taken the lead from Alon straight away.
Into the uphill, climbing up and over that hill and heading for West Bend. A look to the inside from the second place car.
Our second place car of Alon Day is a multi-time NASCAR Euro Series champion, so obviously he's got a lot of rain time in cars that are pretty similar to this. It's how he was able to adapt to this series so much. This was his first pole ever in the United States in any kind of racing, so I know he was stoked about that. Elio Meza this is his first trip to Lime Rock.
Wow.
And so to show in the rain what he's been showing us in the dry right off the bat, and with a wicked opening lap to actually put a gap on these guys is super impressive.
That is quite a surprise. It's a short track, so it's an easy track to learn, but it's a difficult track to master.
Ben Mayer side by side with Gleetsman, already trading paint on lap 1.5 here. Gets a good drive off on the Paul Newman straight.
Past a lot of that standing water at the ends, and caution waves right there coming into West Bend. What's going on at the uphill? Exactly as happened in the TA race. Somebody has found their way to the tire wall at the entry of the uphill corner.
Graham Jacobson, who had a great run in practice and was showing real promise. Doesn't look like there's an impact there, I don't think. That might be a mechanical. And we are full course yellow here.
Pace car comes out. They'll have to tow him in.
Our Ray Skillman Ford Mustang, courtesy of Ray Skillman Automotive there.
Yeah, he's away from the tire wall, Andy, so either
there
was an impact or
happened,
a mechanical here. You see the tire tracks from the earlier crash and the white paint on the tire wall, but that's not from this, I don't believe.
This is very unfortunate. Graham's had some really bad luck in that 19 so far this year. Nothing, doesn't seem to be a fender wrinkled or anything that is like a driver mistake or anything like that. I think potentially he's got a mechanical here. Hopefully they can get him back and that team can get him sorted. Oh boy, now this is what happens.
Here's why.
This is not just water on the windshield. This is an improper functioning. You can see it looks like Hoffa's got a little bit of hot air blowing in the left front bottom corner. And look at that. There's a car that appears there. That car was right there the whole time, and until he turned left, we couldn't see it from here. So,
however, our camera's in the center of the interior. His view is way over on the left side of that windshield where the wiper and the defroster are working. He's got a better view than we do.
If you can see out of the bottom 8 inches of the windshield, you're in pretty decent shape. As a driver, you're kind of sitting pretty low anyway, but it's in long right-hand corners, which is every other corner on this track.
Corner, just about.
You'd be looking to that middle and right side of that windshield, and that's going to be very tough for him coming down the hill if they can't get that sorted out. Hoffa Matos, a multi-time TA2 champion, has won at Lime Rock before. Ultra talented, very, very quick guy. You would expect in the rain that he would be able to bring this forward. Hopefully he can, that visibility isn't as bad as it and scary as it looks from our point of view, and we see him come forward here.
So back in the day, we'd use Dawn dishwashing soap and rub it over the outside and the inside, especially the inside of the windshield. No other brand seemed to work, but that seemed to keep the windshield clean in wet weather conditions, unless, of course, oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a look at it. Wow.
That's tough, and that's the 12 car of Matos that we were just watching from the inside. It looks like it's clearing up, or maybe his fans started working a little better now, or maybe it's just that he's slowed down and that circulation is going to be different. There are, you are looking at aerodynamics inside the car. When you have a low pressure zone and a high pressure zone, maybe that fan's not pulling enough. When he's up to speed, and we've taken a lap or so here under yellow and cleared it up a little bit more, but you can see everybody's windshield wipers. Interesting to see the strategy of the windshield wiper pace, where they have them located, right. And then you can kind of tell who's got the windshield greased up well enough to get the most amount of spread and reach.
I have seen drivers with a squeegee inside the car, or the inside of the windshield. That might have been helpful here.
I know for a fact.
Yes.
The KHI, Kevin Harvick Incorporated, has their first ever run in the TA2 Series this weekend. They've got one of those taped to the inside as we see the 75 of Tanner Reef going up on jack stands. That's not a good sign here. Hopefully they can make a quick change and keep Tanner on the lead lap. A very promising young driver here who's been running for Silver Hair Racing and doing an amazing job. Power gen components we see on the side there supporting Tanner.
We're hearing a brake fluid issue here, Randy.
Boy,
Andy, sorry.
That is a tough deal and a scary position to be in when it's hard to see, slippery to put the power down, and then you don't have the response on the brakes there. So hopefully Gil Martin and this really strong crew at Silverhair Racing can make a quick fix here.
So this will be our final lap under caution, and we will go back to green with 63 to go. And it'll be about a minute 17, 18 on the clock. The start appeared to me to be quite orderly given the lack of vision throughout the field.
The angst in my position here and what I have to deal with post-race, during the race and whatnot, as I sit here on the headset with you talking about this, my insides are all twisted up. And thank you guys. Thank you, all the drivers, for that is a high-pressure situation, and if one driver gets it wrong, it could be a chain reaction that absolutely has massive ramifications on the viewing pleasure of everyone else at home. So
right.
Great job by these drivers. I got sent a text from Scott Conway, our stats pro here. 30 cars in the race, 15 of them are racing at Lime Rock for the first time.
All right, Reef's team is going to go back to the hauler, get some brake fluid, try to get him back out there as the pace car scurries away. Meza, Day, Meyer, Mosak will be the front four. A single file start should work a little better than what we saw a bit ago. But when they get to Big Bend, they'll have to be 3 wide again, and here we go.
Elio fired off pretty good there, got himself a nice gap so he didn't have to worry about a dive bomb from a teammate. That is M1 running 1, 2, 3, 4. Noah again. Noah and the 3 again. They keep finding each other going into turn 1 here.
Ooh, big slip and slide for the 17, but he holds on to second place.
Boy, you saw him send it in there, and it just gave out a little bit on the right front. And what a move! What a brave spot to go. That's the rain line. Alon Day is going to be, it might not look like it here, but he's in the grippy spot right here. He's going to get the good drive off over the top of the hill and take over the lead as he gets sideways on the crest of the hill.
Incredible pass. Likely he was watching when we saw a similar move for position in the TA race earlier.
If these guys were smart, they were paying attention, and they watched Paul Menard make a move just like that. Now, those are teammates. You think there's any team orders here as they come over the top of that hill side by side, leading the points also there? There's a lot to consider here, and it's tough to start team orders this early. But Elio Meza, we know, doesn't have a lot of time at Lime Rock, and also, honestly, I don't think he's got a lot of time in the rain. A veteran like Connor Mosak can put it to the outside of Big Bend. Super impressive there. Gosh, that is an awesome move by the 8 as he rolls through again, looking for that wet line, finding the very outside, staying off that apex on that 8 car to P2. Alonde P1.
And a caution again for a car off track. I don't believe from contact, but a car is pulled off to the inside of the exit of the S's. It's the number 26.
That's one of our
Thomas
veterans.
Merrill.
Thomas Merrill won this race before. Won
3
a
times.
lot of TA2 races. Yes, he's one of the all-time leaders in Lime Rock wins. And like you said, didn't look like there was damage there. These cars, the teams are not used to running in the rain, often pass in practice if they're running in the rain, and sometimes these are not as waterproofed as you would say find a one of the regular endurance cars that does 10, 12-hour races or something like that.
So we did see a standing yellow at the exit of the S's, and then we saw a pass down Paul Newman straight. Not sure if that occurred before or after the car went full course yellow. The stewards will sort that out.
Yes. Tim Richter, our race director, jack of all trades, really. He's one of our managers of the series in general, track managers, but also acting as our race director. Tim wears about 10 different hats and has to deal with 10 different problems a minute, it seems like. One of our hardest workers that we've got on an amazing Trans Am staff.
All right, the Chevy support trucks and the Lime Rock Wrecker are there to go to Merrill's assistance, and while they do, and we're under full course caution, we're going to take a break from the Q3 TA2 race at damp Lime Rock Park.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
You can watch Trans Am racing all season long right here on Racing America.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park. That is the view from the uphill, going vertical on your screen up toward West Bend, beneath the Bailey Bridge. Oh, another. Is that repeat?
That's the same car.
He got repaired and got back out on track, and now there's another issue here. That is at the left-hander, the first of the S's with the Skip Barber Tower in the background. The bridge at Lime Rock is an interesting story, Andy. It's a Bailey Bridge. It's a World War II folding bridge that would be transported on its own chassis on tracks like a tank and then unfolded for wherever they needed to use it. Well, there is one functioning Bailey Bridge still in daily use in the entire United States, and it's the one we use to get to the infield here at Lime Rock Park.
On a separate note, I love that bridge because back in the day, they didn't chase you off it as much. And the first race that I ever came to watch here, the Gurney Eagles were flying around, the GTP cars. Yes. And me and my buddy Pete would walk out on that bridge. And when Jones would come flying underneath the bridge, it would move so much air, it would pick the bridge up, drop it down about an inch. And it was a thrilling deal. Right there we go.
That is so great.
Wood planks across the whole thing. Very cool, traditional keeper here at Lime Rock that I hope never goes away.
Yeah, no longer folds up. Mohawk Northeast came in, put new pilings under the bridge a few years ago, and built that nice additional spectator area just either side of the Bailey Bridge here. All right, let's get Reef moving so we can get back to green here. The car edged ahead and then stopped again. Racing in the rain.
Man.
Raises havoc with everything, doesn't it?
I hate it for Tanner. He was doing really well in practices. Again, we see Jared Odrick. Jared Odrick was on pole, had I'm going to call it a clerical error. We just had a miscommunication, and he went to the wrong place after qualifying, and it's a very weird, unfortunate, sad to do it miscommunication there, but he's going to start shotgun and see if he can come through for another Pro-Am win there. Super solid guy, leading our Pro-Am points. Our Pro-Am champion from last year there with his 00 black underwear car. Racing in the rain here at Lime Rock. Cale Phillips leading the Pro-Am division right now. I believe it's Pro Check in second, and I guarantee if we get green long enough, you'll see Jared coming through this field.
So Odrick started at the back, and he is up to 21st in this 30-car field. as we run under this full course caution. Thomas Merrill's car you saw being taken back to the garage area after it rolling to a stop at the exit of the Essex. I think we can expect green maybe next time by. Let's see. And the only trouble with these slow laps is it gives the rain that continues to fall just more chance to puddle at all of these apexes until the cars start coming around at speed and throw that water up and off the track.
Absolutely. It gives water a little bit of time to puddle up in the inside the cockpit here with both of our passenger and driver side windows open there. And then if that sloshes around or gains too much, or there's not a drainage port in your passenger side there, maybe it touches something electrical, and maybe that's what we're seeing happen with some of these cars out here. On board with Adrian Vostovsky, CMI sponsored Ford Mustang here.
All right, lights are out on the pace car.
Quick shout out to Gian Buffamana here, running really solid here.
7th place. All right, it'll be 57 laps to go when they take the green. An hour and 7 minutes to go. An hour and 7 minutes left in this TA2 race. Down the Sam Posey straight to the green flag once again. Allende brings them back to Big Bend.
Being slightly defensive into one there, too wide with Adrian, with Gian and Noah again. Noah again for the third restart in a row, side by side through Big Bend. Nice and clean out of Big Bend. Allende continuing to lead here. Mozak second. Meza third, being pressured by his teammate. I'm sorry, that's Ben Mayer second. Mozak fourth. That's Mozak. I might have miscalled that before as well. Mozak now making a move, trying to get that final podium spot. Gavin Gleitzman fighting off Noah Harmon, fighting off his other silver-haired teammate there, Max Reeves. And that's going to be Vlastowski charging into that back of that fight, too, with Jackson Tovo.
Vlastowski had a look there at Big Bend, at West Bend. But they get back to single file for the run down the hill and back onto the front straight.
Obviously, the water, not a lot of grip in this brake zone, but you still see these TA cars take a dive. That's Mozak looking inside of points leader and teammate Elio Meza there. Again, no team orders here. Just don't wreck each other, but go have fun, go learn, go drive.
Well, going into Big Bend, Mozak got both of his right side wheels up on the curbing, and that's your track limit right there. That's a high curbing going into Big Bend. You don't want to straddle that. That'll be damage.
You don't want to definitely put a wheel in the grass here. It's slippery and potential damage and potential mud. So you don't want to clog your radiator up with mud. We see Elio is driving the heck out of it. He's sideways and spinning those tires up and over the crest of the hill here. Mozak, who had an awesome run here last year, got really unlucky with a pit stop and got caught a lap down. Was really one of the classes of the field. So obviously trying to regain that and get revenge for last year's bad luck. Again, pressuring his teammate, pressuring that points leader here. You just mentioned Mozak going up and on that curb. That's something unusual for a racetrack in the rain for us to do. That is an unpainted curb, so it's actually porous. It's actually pretty sharp. It's typical concrete. You can put a wheel on it in the wet and actually find grip instead of typically wanting to stay off the paint in a lot of curbing around other racetracks in this country. Boy, you know, there's points as a driver that I'm watching a race. Maybe it leads into me helping with commentating and whatnot, but I see trouble spots, and when I see the anxiousness of Noah and how much he's battling Gleitzman there, knowing that he's got his teammate there, looks like he gets to the inside. Oh, whoa. And they're going to stay too wide.
And make it off the corner.
I think so.
That is the most treacherous part of this track, is the exit of that downhill corner. because you run out of asphalt in a hurry, but they are still going at it.
And Gleesman was able to hold on. That is a gutsy move. He knew the grip was out there, but boy, that's a lot of trust to put into somebody in the rain, as aggressive as they are fighting, to hold the outside of the most dangerous corner on this racetrack in the wet. Good battles here. TA2 always producing this. Noah Harmon doing a great job of putting the power down. You see him splash through that mud puddle on Paul Newman Straight. Gavin, again, trying to put himself in the right spot. Little bit of trading paint. That's going to let Noah's teammate Max get to the inside. Can Gavin hold the outside again and keep that drive down? Max on the slippery stuff on the polished part of the track. Gavin with plenty of brevity and talent to roll through the outside and try to hold this position off. Noah loves this. They're pulling away. He gets to now be free and clear by a couple car lengths coming to turn one as they come through the fog, through the mist, and keep battling. How long have they been side by side?
Almost a full lap. You can do that here in the dry. I don't think I've seen it done in the wet. And now what was a 2-car battle becomes a 4-car battle.
And that's Rafa Matos in the 12 car inside the top 10, finding his way through, and that guy is aggressive. He is a great rain driver, great race car driver, but really super strong here. Knows his stuff. Has one here in the dry, has one here in the wet, and when he's on your tail, you gotta watch out.
Well, don't adjust your set, folks, because your vision is better than the driver's visibility. Let's say right here, even with those huge rooster tails that are being thrown up, and as the cars get too wide, and a couple of rows deep, yeah, that's your view. Good luck with that.
Boy, you know, I'm talking about a veteran like Matos there, but we are on board with Jackson Tovo right on his tail with a horrible-looking windshield right here. I don't know what he's looking at. Our point of view is horrible. I'm hoping he can spot some references out the side of his window and keep going, but boy, that is tricky. I mean, there's no windshield wiper going. The defogger doesn't look like it's clearing enough of the bottom of the windshield there. This is treacherous. Look at those brake lights on the outside as he tries to make a move on Gavin Gleesman. I didn't even see a car.
I couldn't even tell you what part of the track he was on.
Right. Oh, it's awesome talent by both of these young drivers here. Both of these guys, teenagers that are out here driving 500 horsepower plus TA2 cars with their dreams set on going stock car racing, becoming Cup champions, and boy, are they getting some valuable experience today. This is what made me fall in love with Trans Am racing. Sure. TA2 and TA are the best classes in the country for me. All of this is being done without any driver age. No traction control, no ABS, just amazingly clean racing with some really brave, talented guys.
I love the graphic scheme on that number 30 because it reminds me of the Dan Gurney All-American Racer Toyota Celicas back in the late 80s, before the GTP cars. In the 1980s, Chris Cord, Dan Gurney's other drivers, just an iconic look and an iconic color. It was the early 1980s, excuse me, for All-American Racers and the Gurney team. A great look to bring back.
Gleesman and Tovo working around Seamus. Seamus looks like he's at least down a cylinder there. Something's wrong. Might be blind on the windshield. Might be down a cylinder. We're seeing cars have some electrical issues. Normally, our drone is way down, and I'm upset if our drone guy can't read the contingency stickers on the side of the car. But with the weather like it is, we can't get him that close. It actually knocks the drone right out of the air. These are little guys, and we've got to worry about the electricals with the batteries and whatnot. But a great aerial view here, seeing that rooster tail flying as they're heading in the Big Bend. Oh, Gavin wide on that dry line, and wow!
Off the track goes the 30.
Jackson.
Now that edge, outside edge of the track, that's the dry line here at Lime Rock for Big Bend. Not a lot of grip out there in these conditions.
No room for error when they run that wide line like that, and Jackson Tovo coming so close, but keeping his foot in it. You know, normally after that he drops back 5 or 10 car lengths, you know, cleans out his drawers and gets going. He's gaining. He's absolutely gaining here, and there's going to be a pick set. As he really closes in, they're going to be 3 wide heading into West Bend.
Well, they clear the lap car without incident. Just a single file. Now, the apex of West Bend there is one of the first places to puddle up with standing water. The other problem we're going to have as the number 20 has come pit side, Seamus McKendry, for looks like more than routine service.
Seamus, another super talented young driver that we've had in TA this season, doing really good. Oh, wow, Gavin really brought it in, and Jackson was able to take advantage, make the move. The poise and talent by both of these guys to run so close to the edge. I love it. I absolutely love it. Two wonderful talents that we're going to see go far in this sport.
That's great. Now they're coming to an area that gets very difficult in pouring rain because all the water that falls on that hillside comes running across in a stream across the Paul Newman Strait just before the uphill corner. So that area is going to be more than wet. It's going to be running standing water, and it's going to be hard to deal with here pretty soon.
Yeah, when you've got 30 of these cars driving around the track, normally you're not going to bid a water off, but it's got to be raining more and more here to the point where this is getting tricky. Our lap times are, whoa, yikes. Wow, and it's Noah just inches off the outside tail of Maciek as they roll around Big Bend, again with his teammate right on his tail.
Looking out the window at pit lane, there's a lot of mud on McKendry's car and appears damage to the left front. So he has been off the track and quite possibly against the steel barrier. But he's repaired. He's going to come back out.
We seem to have a bunch of teammate battles today. You normally don't get in the dry. Typically, team cars match up head to head, but in the wet, you'll see that spread out as you'll see different cars at the point all the time here. Jackson Tobor making another nice move on the 24.
Yeah, great pass at West Bend. Primary passing point in the rain here. It's the kind of pass you can make without hurting the lap time of either the passing car or the car that's losing the position. So, well done there.
Concord American flagpole we see on the side of Hoffa's car. That is a longtime association, longtime sponsor. Appreciate them helping out one of our veterans. On the spot here as we see the 29, and I think that's the 24, Aiden and Maciek again, and they're in their own battle. They don't care that Gleitzman is coming through here. I think that's Stanton Barrett trying to make his way through there in the 88. That's Stanton's first season with us in the TA2 Series. A Celis 88 Elite Energy on board with him.
Landon Lewis has come to the pit lane. That is the KHI Kevin Harvick car.
He was running so strong. I hate to see that. I wonder what problems they have here. Landon Lewis making his debut in TA2. That's his KHI Kevin Harvick Incorporated's debut in here. That car came through tech. First time looking so clean. Ron Hornaday, who was a guest with us here in the booth for the T8 race, was telling us about that. Miles, their crew chief, super talented people, super talented team. I know Ron and his daughter Candace are a big part of KHI. Really happy, and we're welcome and super stoked to have them on board the TA2 Series. Only going to make us stronger here.
Ford, what's up with Landon Lewis?
Debut this weekend. Not what they were looking for Landon Lewis, the defroster. That is exactly what they're working on right now. The crew going on the driver's side. Obviously, Andy, you can speak more to this about how important it is to have that working in a rain race like this.
I've been talking all race long. This is the second race in a row I've been talking about this. This is probably one of Landon's first times in a situation like this where he gets what we call a grayed out windshield. You literally might as well throw a bucket of paint on it and just watch your views disappear. I've driven around Daytona at night looking out my side window, looking for the brake markers in the yellow line as we come through here. It's a super tough thing to do, and he's going to have quite a stressful rest of the day if they can't get that windshield clear.
Who would have thought that the most critical component on a 150-mile-per-hour race car would be a defroster?
But a hair dryer.
That's the case here. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what you want. You want hot, dry air hitting the bottom of that windshield, working its way up, getting any bit of humidity off the top there.
Connor Mosak has made the pass for second place on Meyer and sets off after Alande, our race leader.
And that's our TA Pro-Am. That's our TA2 Pro-Am battle that we've got right there. If we can go back to that, the 9 and the 99, Keith Prochek and Cale Phillips. Not far behind them, Tom Sheehan, Keith Prochek out of the Mike Cope Racing Squad. They're 2 wide in the 1. Cale Phillips, a nitro driver in that cool 99. I love that. It's like a half Dale Jr. Look with an old Carl Edwards 99 on it or something like that. Really cool look. I like those big numbers on there. Love that paint scheme. Good battle going on here. That is Tom Sheehan right behind them. So that's your battle, 1, 2, 3 for Pro-Am. But right behind them, that's 3, 4 in Pro that are trying to come through these guys. What a battle. That's your chemistry. This is the part that you got to worry about when you're working 2 different classes together and how they're going to go. Noah wants every bit of getting around Elio Meza there and working his way up into the top 4. Noah Harmon, P5 here, with his sights set on Elio Meza running 4th. This is the first time that Elio Meza is outside of the top 3 in a TA2 race ever. This is his 6th ever race, 5th of the season. He won his debut opener and then won every one since then. This rain is proving to be a little harder against the veterans who know this track, know these cars, and have driven a lot in the rain. I don't think Elio's got a lot of rain. Oh, Noah Harmon making it 2, 3 wide, up the curb again, 3 wide again. Noah Harmon has taken Elio Meza for 4th spot, and they both go 3 wide for a minute as our Pro-Am leaders are 2 wide. Max Reeves getting to the outside of the left-hander here now.
I can't believe he got away with that one down at Big Bend.
Oh my gosh. I mean, these guys, again, it just shows the talent. You're just going to, there's only so many times you're going to do that over and over again where your luck is going to run out.
Well, Andy, 12 wheels corner better than 8.
That thing. We're just going to keep proving that fact. Prochek looked like he got out there. I don't know. He got out of the gas there. He was going slow, lost the lead, or lost touch with the 99. Sheehan's right on his bumper right now. Maybe he can regroup and get back. I'm not sure what the issue was.
Let's have another look at that coming into Big Bend at 3 wide. Let the curb be your guide as to whether you're on track or not. Boy,
wow,
that was close.
Wow. Again, the talent in both our Pro and our Pro-Am and the awareness of these drivers to be able to do that in the dry is one thing. In the wet, that just that's over the top. All 3 of them, great job.
And Meza followed him through on the inside and also completed the pass.
To go 3 wide twice.
Hey, the door was open.
Right. Actually, Noah probably did more harm than good by getting through there so cleanly that he let Elio be there. You want those guys to kind of stay there and be your pick, be your block. As we watch Jackson Tovo make his way through as well, P8 overall there.
So Landon Lewis has been defrosted. He is back on track.
Good. We got to get him some valuable laps, even if it's a lap down or so. Him learning Lime Rock. I think he's going to come back here and race the truck in a couple months, so that would be an awesome event if he can learn something here, especially if it's wet. That would be really cool.
41 laps to go at Lime Rock. A little more contact here in this Cube 3 TA2 race. You're watching this broadcast on Racing America, and if you're joining us for the first time, there's a lot more to see. Log on to racingamerica.com to get all your favorite racing news, grassroots live streams from across the country, behind-the-scenes NASCAR Cup team content, and, of course, Trans Am and TA2 racing and mud bogging, as you see here. Check us out at racingamerica.com.
That was Keith Prochek that we saw take the escape route down the inside. He was our 2nd place running Pro-Am driver, has fallen back now, obviously out of touch. That moves Sheehan back up into 2nd. That's not his teammate. No, that's right. Cale Phillips is with Nitro. Sheehan now running 2nd in Pro-Am. Again, mixed in with the pros and the Pro-Ams here. Some of these guys don't race with each other too much, and it's so rare that we see these guys going a lap down, but with the conditions of the rain and the fact that, again, this is only 1.4 miles. You're at Road America, you're never going to see these guys get lapped again. Adrian Vlastowski over the crest of the hill, big wiggle behind, just in front of his friend Eric Caton, who blocks up the rears.
Did he get away with it?
Come on, cameraman, get me over there. They're gone. They must have done a great save by Eric Caton and the 71 Ray Skillman. And again, it's unlucky to be second place in our Pro-Am chapter. That puts ProCheck maybe back in sights over there.
Andy Lally, expert analyst, Trans Am president, and camera director when needed. It's okay.
Can you tell that I love this racing and I'm excited, laughing and yelling and screaming? I absolutely love this. I miss being up in the booth here. Honored to be up here with you, by the way.
Great fun for all of us. I want to give a great shout out to our camera people and crew who are outside and braving these elements to bring you these great shots, and these drivers who are braving these elements.
And boy, we're looking at a spot there. That was not a pass for position. That was Max Reeves, who spent a bunch of laps in the pits fixing his car, and now he's out. He's got nothing to lose, and he's out to learn Lime Rock and throw things around. So coming around, Adrian Vostovsky, who's fallen, unfortunately, to 11th, I think, here. Obviously was looking to be moving forward from his 7th place starting position and going a little bit the wrong direction here.
Now, Max Reeves is running 6th. I believe you were speaking of Reef, who was in the pits with the brake issue and came back out.
Yes. So Tanner Reef, it was the car that just passed Adrian in the 3 car. Max Reeves is in the black Cookout car. That's a teammate to Noah Harmon at a silver hair. Max has so few races on road courses here, but he's got a great mentor in Bobby Labonte, who's here at the track with him, has been here for the last few races with him. Partnership with Cookout on that car looks great, and obviously the silver hair crew giving these young guys a shot.
Landon Lewis's car, this is the Kevin Harvick car. It wears number 62 because Kevin's wife, Delena's father, John Paul Linville, ran number 62 in the NASCAR Busch Series, and it carries Rowdy up on the roof, a tribute to the late Kyle Busch, who we tragically lost just on Thursday after a very brief, sudden illness. Took him, and the whole NASCAR community is just reeling from that one. It is all but incomprehensible how we could lose a driver just 4 days, an elite driver 4 days after running the entire NASCAR All-Star race, and just 6 days after winning the truck race up at Dover. That's mind-boggling, but that's a very nice tribute from the number 62 up on the right side of the roof.
It was nothing but respect for one of the greatest drivers to ever hold a wheel in any kind, whether it was oval track racing or road course racing, whether he came a versatile driver that ran. He'd go to this go-kart track and run with his son. He'd go run short track. He'd go run late models, obviously winning in truck, in Xfinity, in Cup, in ARCA, in his debuts over there. He ran the 24 Hours of Daytona. He loved racing, and he was fast in everything he got in, and obviously massively upsetting and sad to lose one of the greatest of all time. Landon Lewis, we just got to know, this is his first ever rain race. This isn't just his first TA2 race, one of his first few road course races ever, but he's in amazingly treacherous conditions, experiencing his first ever rain race.
Well, now I know why Ron Hornaday was so anxious to leave the broadcast booth here and go down and coach Landon on where the standing water was and how to deal with all this.
Yeah, NASCAR great Ron Hornaday, multiple-time Truck Series champion, is spotting for that 62 and that KHI team as we watch.
And another great former mechanic and team owner, Dave Fuge, is down helping out the KHI effort here.
Yes, he is. Dave Fuge is actually the TA2 technical advisor, but obviously old friends with those guys and able to lend a hand. And we always like to do that to help new teams come in, whatever we can do, whether it's a big team, big name like KHI, or I don't care if it's your mom and pop, whatever. We're trying to help them out more. Great view of the 17 here, Alon Day. Really, we're not talking about him enough. Just putting on a clinic here. An absolute master in the rain, obviously coming over from Europe with a ton of seat time in cars just like this that he's won championships in. Opened up a 7-second. This is the biggest lead we've seen all year in anything on the TA2 side. This is normally a nose-to-tail battle. Rounding out that podium right now, Connor Mozak in that 27.
You can see the mud that's been tracked back onto the track by these big wide tires, and we've got a full course yellow. There is a car in the tire wall. halfway up the hill.
That's our veteran, Afa Matos. Afa has been charging through the field, was running really strong here. Oh, man.
He is deep in the tire wall.
Yeah, it looks like the left rear is down, or he's really dug under that.
That whole rear end's been moved.
Yeah.
Moved off to the side there.
Ethan Tovo with one of those sticks that we were talking about. We don't regulate that, but
good. Necessity is the mother of invention.
Exactly. We used to go to the gas station and get one of the squeegees if this was coming, and I'd use the spongy side and then the squeegee side, and like I'd keep. Whenever fog finally came out, I'd have that Velcro to the inside, and I would keep the squirter, and I would squirt it, and then rub it around on there. And there was so many things that we had inside that car.
All right, well, now that we've sold some Swiffers, we're under full course yellow. Let's sell something else.
No.
And who is
Noah
deep in
Harmon,
the tire wall
who was
there?
running so solid. This must have been just as the caution came out. That's Big Bend.
It's a long way to that tire wall from the racing surface.
There was some sort of mix-up just before this went, because I looked at timing and scoring, and Max Reeves had jumped up past Elio Meza and Noah Harmon, and he's in fourth place now as we ride. Noah was doing so good. Again, this was his best qualifying effort to date last year here, and didn't have a great practice. We spoke a lot about what he was going to do with the car and whatnot, how it was going to be different in the rain, and man, he was coming through. He was really coming through them, and this will be interesting to see. We might have an onboard with Noah.
We'll take a look for some replays while we're in break. How's that?
Sounds good.
You're watching the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series from Lime Rock Park.
On America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner, dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
I always listen to music.
If I wasn't racing,
I would be a pilot.
The hardest part of race day is?
The waiting.
Best snack on race day?
Cheez-Its.
What would your walkout or grid walk song be?
Ooh, Superstar.
Why do you love this type of racing?
Because cars are awesome.
What's something people don't realize about driving one of these cars?
I think one thing, the heat. These cars are incredibly hot, especially in the summer months. We get very warm inside the car. You can watch Trans Am racing all season long right here on Racing America.
Mud and damage. As Harmon's number 7 rolls. I'm not sure if he's going to make the right turn to the garage or make the left back on track, but there may be more to this than just that front end damage. He went deep in at Big Ben Ford. What happened?
Yeah, Mike, obviously tough break for Noah Harmon, who pulled some spectacular moves through the field. He said, during caution, I just hit the brake early and it would not turn. Just went straight on through the tire barriers. Tough break for Noah Harmon. They did apply some bear bond to the left front. Try to get him out there quick so that he would not lose a lap. The car was not able to fire. And obviously, as the cars went by on the track, he will fall one lap down. Tough break for the High Point Rocker Chevrolet for Silver Hair Racing.
Very sad news there. That if he's, I had a feeling he's 2 laps down. If he could have been 1 lap, he could be fighting for that lucky dog.
And there's Matos just getting out of the car. Of course, the driver's side was wedged against that tire wall after a very, very hard impact there at the uphill. But he has climbed out of the car and appears to be okay.
A little concerning there, the guy at the back. They might have cut the top off of that. That looks like a bigger hit, so super happy to see Hoffa come in here. Like we were talking about, Lime Rock has done a good job, a great job over the year of progressing their safety, and that guardrail used to be right where you would stop, and then they put tires in front of it, and then they were really smart and banded the tires, and then they were even smarter than that, and they put tires, space, and then tires banded together, and that really takes the G-spike out of a hit like that. You're seeing a lot of road courses get progressive and get smart like that, and potentially save drivers' lives here. And our TA2 cars are extremely safe. These guys have the options of running really good seats in these cars, and really happy to see Hoffa. I mean, he's not quite as old as I am, but he's getting up there. He's got a few gray hairs, so don't want to see anybody injured here.
Well, in the last couple of seasons, since Skip Barber turned control of Lime Rock Park over to a new group of investors who will carry this place into the next century and beyond, led by Dickie Regal, they have made tremendous investments into the facility for not only the protection of the racers, but also the enjoyment of the fans. And it's great. Every time I come here, I see something new, something different, something better. They are really, really working here to improve and elevate the fan experience and the racer experience at Lime Rock Park. Beautiful place and just a fun place to come back to every time.
They are our best partner, I would say. They do the most promotion pre-event, during the event. They are absolutely work hand in hand with us and constantly ask us what can they do to help us more, to help us get more fans here, to help us spread the word. They're very proud of the Memorial Day turnout that we always get. We're honored to be in that Memorial Day slot. I don't ever want Trans Am to leave that. It's tradition now. It's amazing to be here. Dickie Regal and the gang deserve a huge amount of thanks. They really do. They step up and they do so much for our series way before we get here. We're talking to them in January about what the May event is going to be like. And,
ARCA said the same thing when they came here with NASCAR in July, that they just were blown away by the reception and the way everything worked well together. They're still trying to move that car from the uphill. I noticed it said Hertz on the taillight panel. I hope they took the loss damage waiver. Otherwise, that's going to be quite a bill.
And the one thing I didn't ever think I would see is Trans Am cars going through the chicane at Lime Rock Park here. We are very proud of using the uphill.
Yes.
And maybe if our producers can get some of those wheelie pics as we're sitting here, they're taking the shortcut, which is the chicane that a lot of other series run here that really takes one of the best corners out of the mix here. But these cars really rock when they're pulling huge wheelies over the crest of that hill.
We're going to have another lap or two of caution as they are still removing that car from the uphill. You're watching Racing America and the Cube 3 TA2 Series from Lime Rock Park.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Big news for car lovers everywhere. Now you can get Next Gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every Next Gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust Next Gen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust Next Gen to protect your car every day. Find Next Gen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park. We're under a full course caution. Matos at the uphill. He has climbed out of the car. They're removing it now. Noah Harmon went straight off into the tire packs at Big Bend, but was able to extricate his car and drive back around to the pits for repairs and rejoin the field, led by Alonde, our pole sitter.
We've got a report from the crew chief of Max Reeves, who's a career best 4th place running spot right now. Ford, do you have him down there?
Yeah, Andy, we do, and it's been a tough day for Silver Hair Racing, but one of the bright spots has been Max Reeves, and we're here with crew chief Kevin Wright. Kevin, Max, was wanted to follow Noah through the field. He did so. Obviously, he won't be in front of him now, but overall, what is he saying right here?
He's saying that his car is really good. It's kind of hard to see when he's right in line and behind the other cars, but he says his car's really good. He's just trying to keep all 4 on the pavement, keep it clean for the rest of the race.
Obviously, we've talked a lot about in pre-race. Bobby Labonte is with Max Reeves, coaches him. Has he been on the radio helping Max at all today?
Absolutely. Bobby's on the radio almost as much as what Hunter is. He tells him he's doing a great job. A fabulous job. He's been doing everything that Bobby's asked, just staying focused, looking forward, and just keep digging.
All right, thanks, Kevin.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, that's Kevin Wright, crew chief for Max Reeves and the Cookout Chevrolet in his second weekend in the TA2 races. Obviously, he ran his debut in Sonoma, the doubleheader, finished 8th, his career best. Right now, he's looking pretty good.
That's shaky on the rear quarter panel of his car, the Cookout mascot. Cookout's a regional quick service restaurant chain, and one of the best. It's a favorite stop of ours down in the Carolinas.
I tell you, I've got an amazing video on my social media that Matty Media has posted of the Cookout car traveling almost 100 yards with its wheel in the air. But I'm hearing that we've got an amazing still photo of Paul Menard cresting the hill and qualifying. Let's take a look at this.
Whoa!
Front wheels off the ground. An awesome shot. Send me who the photo credit is for this, because I got this in a text that Paul Gentilozzi posted on his Facebook page. Wild shot. This is at well over 100 miles an hour as you crest the hill. You've put the power down with those Pirelli P0s, and that thing is just digging so hard on the back that the littlest tiny bit of air as you crest and get to that tabletop pulls that thing all the way off the ground. Wild, wild shot.
I've never driven a car here with that kind of power, but I would imagine from the driver's seat, all you're seeing there is sky.
You are seeing sky, and it's like being on a superboat. You got to sort of throttle out a little bit because you're going to spin the heck out of the rear wheels in another 10 feet. Now, we've got another view. Patrick Utt, who unfortunately had a really bad day coming onto Paul Newman Straight, but had a wild moment cresting the hill. And this is what happens if you don't have that steering wheel straight and the load straight as you crest that hill coming over the top of the uphill. Patrick Utt coming up the hill, and you're going to see him just get a little bit crossed up. Bringing the speed in, we see in the TA2 car there, 80 miles an hour at the bottom, cresting the top, just.
Oh, now that I've done.
Because, You've been there, Mike Joy?
Well, it's easy to do, Andy, because the crest of the hill is not perpendicular to your direction of travel. The crest of the hill is at an angle. So if you're throttled down with any amount of steering wheel in it, boy, that could happen easily.
Patrick Utt in his number 49 race quip car gets a little sideways and a little bit crazy. In my Skip Barber school, I did that. That's the first and only time that I actually did that, and I stuffed it right into the grass hill before they had tire walls over there.
Well, and, I did it here in a NASCAR modified. We came in here for a test. Steve Avanchin loaned me his car for a few laps. And coming up the hill with those 15-inch wide tires and 600 horsepower. And I was Superman till I got to the crest of that hill, and then I could fly.
Right.
And it's like, oh, gosh, straighten this thing out. Let's get back to the pits. All right, that was fun. We're done.
Were you able to save it the way Patrick was able to save it there?
I did save it. I was off throttle. Yep. There were skid marks, not on the track, but it was fun. The whole thing was fun.
Wild, wild, wild. Yes, and that's quite a difference in those modifieds when they used to race here. Sad that they don't race here anymore. Would be great to have them back. We see that number 12 getting loaded up. Our Lime Rock crew doing a great job here of getting us sorted out.
We're not going to get 27 laps in because we now have just 27 minutes to go, and once cleanup and then a final caution lap comes about, I'm going to guess 23, 24 laps are going to remain in this one.
That would be pretty optimistic of you.
Yeah, well, hey. You know what else I noticed? The rain has let up a bit. Yes, the track is still wet. Yes, the wipers are still on. And look at that entrance to Big Bend at the bottom of the screen and where that curbing starts. A couple of those cars have begun to put a pretty good trench there in the start of the curbing.
And that's easy to do if you go 2-3 wide and the guy on the outside starts to pinch you a little bit. You sort of hit that ramp right there, and then that's when we see guys banging doors and whatnot. But you are right. There is a lot less water on this track. We don't see as many windshield wipers going. I'm sure we're still going to see some rooster tails for the next handful of laps, but this is going to change balance. You know, we were hearing radio calls from Elio Meza, who's running 5th, that the car is just way too tight and he can't get it to turn. Maybe if these guys start to burn the rears off as we dry out here, this will come to him and he'll be able to move back forward again. Again, our recap here: Alan Day, P1, Ben Mayer, Connor Mozak, Max Reeves, Elio Meza, Jackson Tovo, P6, Gavin Gleitzman, great run in P7, Ethan Tovo is Jackson's brother, P8, Eric Caton with a great run in the single digits, and Jake Bowman, our ARCA points leader in the 90 for Nitro Motorsports, having a great debut here for TA2, a really solid run leading the charge for Nitro Motorsports here, and then our Pro-Am leader, Cale Phillips, leading away 11th overall with a great run ahead of Doug Winston and Preston Peebles out of the Fast 10.
All right, they're bunching up for a start this time. Pace car gets away. Alan Day has led most of the way here in Lime Rock, and now if this track is indeed drying, we're going to have a whole different race with 25 minutes to go. And the green flag back in the air. They are around the outside. Connor Mozak looking on the inside. The 30 car off at the exit of the S's, and they're down Paul Newman straight.
I think somebody got in the back of the 30 there and moved Jackson offline there. Our M1 cars at Team SLR running 1, 2, 3, but that is Max Reeves right on the bumper and really knocking on the door, trying to upset that podium sweep potential there. P5, Elio Mezra, our points leader, being bugged by Gavin Gleitzman and Jackson Tovo back in the mix there. Now, if you're Max Reeves, are you going to go to school on these veterans, or is it go time?
Oh, it's
and
go
you've got
time.
all that confidence, and you've just moved this far up in the field, and there's no stopping now. Why hang out and watch when you can go by? Alan Day just putting a comfortable enough run together here to gap it enough so he doesn't have to check his mirrors in. That's Jackson Tovo on the inside of Gavin Gleitzman.
Nice pass, nice drive down to the inside. And Gleitzman, well, I thought he was coming right back after him, coming out of Big Bend.
Gavin is not afraid to put it 2 wide, 3 wide. Oh, little contact there. How are they seeing out of that window?
Just casual contact, Andy.
And they are all over the back. Elio Mezza. You know, there's different strategies. When they knew it was going to be wet, when they saw the radar and they said it's going to rain, 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 there's setup changes that you can do to this. You can take a swing at guessing how much front bar you can add to get forward bite, or how much rear bar you can take off to get a little compliance there. You're typically almost always looking for forward bite, drive off, rear grip, so in the rain that you can get that drive off and make that pass off the corner. Sometimes some of these guys might take too big a bite out of that and not be able to get that feel that they want to get that drive off. So close, right up against each other. We saw the view out of Jackson's window in the 30 there. It's barely anything, and he's still got the confidence to take a look inside to run inches off the back of this as we see the 30 now side by side with the 28 zigging and zagging down. No name straight and completes the pass for P5. Jackson Tovo into the top 5 with a great charge.
Yeah, he got a great drive coming out off the S's. Got in position along the inside, had the favored line, and even if they'd been side by side all the way down Paul Newman, I believe that he would have given Tovo the corner, because that uphill is not a place, as we've seen today several times, not a place you want to be double wide. Jackson
Tovo in his Pilot Travel Center 30 number 30 Toyota Camry here has now got clean air. Now we'll see. You know, he was charging. Was he fast because he was following, or is he so fast that now that he breaks away, we're going to see him catch that top 4 battle of Day, Mayer, Mozak, and Reeves? Seeing Reeves drop off the back of that 1, 2, 3 battle here, and maybe that'll be Jackson's next target. Toyota backing these young drivers. It's great to see the manufacturers, GM and Toyota, are very active in this series of backing their future stars and what they believe in and what they see for their future, both in TA2, but putting in their drivers and what they're going to get out of that.
I agree, and I look at TA2 and the Cars Late Model Series as probably some of the best racing anywhere in America, and a place where you're seeing not only just veterans but a lot of future stars honing their craft, as these young fellows are doing here.
Absolutely agree. In fact, when I first started here and thought about the future and the direction of where TA2 goes, I thought, do we attempt to run an oval? And I said, man, the Cars Tour just does it so well. And I look at the Cars Tour as a not competition to TA2. I look at it as a thorough complement.
Certainly.
We should be really talking to these guys and making our schedules coincide so that there is no conflict. So if you have a driver that's able to run both, they can go for both championships instead of getting to June 1st and maybe the first conflict and having to choose which championship they go for. But Cars Tour, Dale Jr., Harvick, Justin Marks, Burton, all those guys that have invested in that strong in the future of our young drivers on the short tracks. I absolutely love that series. Love when my guys, I like my kids, go over there and race over there. It's great to see when they have success on both sides.
Andy, I think these TA2 cars would race well and drive well on oval tracks. However, the design of these cars and construction of these cars are not built to withstand the lap after lap rigors and contact of oval racing, not against each other, and those aren't soft walls; those are hard walls, and that's different.
And vice versa. You
Yes.
know, it'd be really it'd be more than half the price of the car of a Cars Tour car to convert to a road course car. So that's why I see them as complements. I see them as, you know, it'd be great for one team to have two cars and be able to go run both championships. And at the ages that these kids do this, 12, 13, 14 years old,
Amazing.
you can't get better seat time for that.
I had a bicycle at age 12. You know, I bet you did too. We weren't thinking about. We were thinking and maybe dreaming about becoming racing stars, but there was no path. There was really no way to do that. You had to get a driver license. Heck, when I turned 16, just to join the Sports Car Club of America, you had to get 2 current members to sign off on your application. And now, you know, we have kids in race cars at age 5 and 6 and developing to the drivers that we see here that already have a lot of laps under their belt before they finish high school. I remember Connor Mosak racing legend cars against my son, and that's, you know, what, a dozen years ago. But there are all kinds of great ways for kids to not just hone their craft, but be really, really competitive racers that fans enjoy, and America's watching. The car owners in the upper series are watching what happens here. The manufacturers are paying attention. They're investing. So are the sponsors. It's a great time to be a young racer and be able to participate in this TA2 series.
100% agree. And a developing story that I didn't catch here on the timing and scoring aspect. Jared Odrick has moved around Cale Phillips for the lead of TA2 Pro-Am. From the back of the pack, Cale, who's running a great race. Jared, I knew he'd be on the charge, is coming through. Jared was angry post-qualifying, and I didn't want to get anywhere near him, and I knew when he got in the car that he was going to be pushing and coming through this field here. Having a good scrap right now with Stanton Barrett. Cale Phillips staying in sight, though, keeping that fight alive. Live and well here. Day, Mayer, Mozak, 1, 2, 3, Reeves, and Tovo, 4, 5.
Odrick was 21st overall after the first caution flag. He's now fought his way up to 13th as these battles continue. And if you want to show your support for the Trans Am Series, you can pick up all your favorite Trans Am merchandise from our new online marketplace at Styled Aesthetic. Series t-shirts, hats, and more on the Racing America store page. Plus, you can pick up the Trans Am 60th anniversary apparel line. Go check it out at styledaesthetic.com. 60 years since the very first Trans Am race, won by Jochen Rindt in an Alfa Romeo with Bob Tullius in a Dodge Dart, the over 2-liter winner. And 60th anniversary of Trans Am's being celebrated at a lot of racetracks around the country, including here at Lime Rock during the Vintage Fall Festival, when historic Trans Am will be here for the first time in 4 years. Can't wait.
Got a little bit of a mix-up. Adrian Vostowski, big loose coming down there. Stanton Barrett, who made his way by Jared Odrick, is now making his way by Adrian Vostowski. I wonder if we've got any teams here that have gone the slicks and are going to roll the dice on coming through the field here, because Stanton Barrett is all of a sudden on the charge. He did not have the pace early on, but a veteran of many different types of motorsport. His first time in TA2 looks really, really strong here all of a sudden. And
Andy, look at how wet that track and the windshields still are. If your crew chief said, "Come on in, we're going to put slicks on," what would you tell him?
Honestly, right now, it still doesn't make sense to me.
I mean,
I'm looking out the front of the window, and I'm still seeing a rooster tail at start-finish here. I don't think this is slicks yet, and you would have a huge problem getting heat into these tires to be able to run that kind of pace.
Well, the cars are throwing up a lot less water than they were earlier. I'm not seeing a dry line develop anywhere on the track, but very, very little rain falling at this point, just an occasional drop or two. But if we get a dry line in these next 15 minutes, or even just the thought of one, that would change everything here.
Still our battle for the lead. Cale Phillips and Odrick were side by side through 1 and 2. Cale Phillips has retaken the lead. Adrian Vostowski looks like he's got a broken bar. Something's different. The left rear does not look well. It does not look like it's in the right position. I can't tell what's going on here, and I'm not sure if our timing and scoring is as clear as it should be here, because Adrian's supposed to have Eric Caton behind him and Gian Buffamani, but he is mixing it up with the 99 and the 00 here.
And off track again goes the number 7 of Noah Harmon at the same down at Big Bend, and all the way off to the tire barrier. And Landon Lewis is also off track. Yeah, that's right in front of the infield hillside that usually on a nice sunny day would be fully packed here for the Trans Am Memorial Day appearance. Come on, Landon, don't take that splitter in. All right, he's going again. After a bit of mud wrestling.
He might not appreciate it in the moment, but if this is a wet truck race, when he comes back here in a few months, he'll very much enjoy the fact that he got an early look at what this is going on. You know, a tough debut in extremely tricky conditions. Landon Lewis, obviously a very talented driver, really quick in the trucks, has obviously shown a lot of people his speed capability, and they believe in him. This is a very, very tough condition and situation to be put in to debut with a new team in a car you've never driven, on a track you've never driven, in really tricky conditions. So
what a great opportunity, because that's the kind of thing he's going to face many, many times in his career going forward. So
exactly.
Have at it.
They're humbling moments, but they are absolute teachers, and when you get a young star like that who's obviously super talented, he's only going to learn from it. You can just get to the point now where we start to see lighter gray.
Yes.
You know, and that's the sign to me. So your line really won't change as a driver until you start to see those little light gray spots, and then there's no more rain line. It's you drive where it's the driest. When you start to stop, when it stops being shiny, that's where you put your tire.
Now you say that, but how do you preserve those rain tires on a drying track?
So we're going to start seeing this happen pretty soon too. If we start to see a drying line, you're going to see these guys come on the front straightaway and dive to the bottom where the start-finish line is. They're looking for little puddles of water. In the straight line, they don't mind splashing those tires and getting them wet. They've already got their forward bite. They're going to come out of the corner, put the power down, and then move offline to where the other cars aren't. Look for those little puddles up against the curbing. Look for those little puddles on our back straightaway, there on our Paul Newman straightaway, and splash those tires. Basically shock them cold again, because these blocks, these tall blocks of the rain tires, move around a lot. Stretching that rubber creates a massive amount of heat in a concentrated area, and you'll see them pull off here again right here. I mean, that might be the beginning of what we're seeing Elio Meza do in the 28. That wasn't, he could have passed a lot closer than that. He was looking for water on the bottom of the hill there.
Oh, big slide there. Now you can pit for tires here without losing a lap, but with 12 laps to go, as if this track continues to dry, would you consider that?
So at this point, absolutely not. If I'm at Road America, if I'm at Watkins Glen on the long course, absolutely, because I'll get in and out and I'm banking on a yellow. I'm not going to make it up without a yellow on a track like this, but at the Lime Rock in particular, you're going to go a lap down, and even if you get that yellow, now you're just trapped.
$11 laps remain, 10.5 minutes to go, so we may get these 10, we won't get them all in, but we may get 9 or 10 in here.
Really, really close.
Yeah.
We extended this race this year and last year from 75-minute maximum to 85 minutes to try to get the full 100 miles in. Last year, it turned out to be a last lap pass by Sam Corey on Thomas Annunziata. Annunziata goes on to win the ARCA race here learning from that, but this was a crazy race. Sam Corey, again, another one of our super talents here, took the victory. One of the best wins, one of the best TA2 races I've ever seen. Had my guts in a knot watching teammates out there running so close to each other, literally leaning on each other in the uphill that we're watching these cars go through. And like I was talking before, Jackson Tovo in clean air has caught Max Reeves for 4th place.
This has been a great battle. Between races today, longtime track announcer Greg Ricks and I were reminiscing about the 1971 Trans Am race here, which was a 4-hour race in a day-long downpour. The best miserable experience either of us had ever had, was being here for this great series back then in its original heyday. And the resurgence the Trans Am has had now, and with the TA2 Series, I mean, this is some of the finest road racing that you're going to see anywhere. And if it's coming to a track near you, come buy a ticket and come see it and experience it. Come down in the paddock, look at the cars, and enjoy it. Because you're watching greatness, and you're watching some future great drivers go at it right here.
I love the fact that in 2, 4, 6, 8 years from now, names that are new here that we're talking about, oh my gosh, he's 15 years old, are going to be regular names, household names, and the Xfinity Series, the O'Reilly Series, and the Cup Series. And,
you mean the way we're talking about Connor Zilic right now?
Exactly, exactly. Just a few years ago, we're talking about this phenom that's running so good. Brent Cruz, another one. Tristan McKee, another one, leaves the TA2 Series, makes his ARCA debut, wins on his debut. You know, a lot of these kids are just coming out of here learning so much. I've raced TA2. I've sat in this car, and I raced it after I raced in the O'Reilly Series, after I raced in Cup, and I was amazed right away. I was like, this is awesome. There's nothing that these drivers can get in, young or old, whether they're young drivers that are looking to move up or veterans that want to just stay here for a decade. Like, this is an awesome situation to be in. That's what we're doing with TA Sprint, shortening those races to 50 miles to get the rest of those TA2 cars that are in mothballs right now, or maybe running some regionals to come out at Road America, loving that. Or if you want to step it up and be on the same track as these future superstars and run against them, whether you're running in the pro class or you're part-time and you're running in the pro-am class, come on out and enjoy the best racing in North America.
Strong battle here still for 4th place. Reeves trying to hold off Tovo and doing a great job of it, maintaining that gap. Boy, there's a group tightly packed as they roll into Big Bend at the end of the front straightaway. Probably, we're going to get the 8 laps in. We've got 7.5 minutes to go. When the flagman, the starter, and stewards will look at their timer as it expires, and we will be on the 8th lap remaining if we're going to get it all in, Andy.
I hope we stay green. Last year our race was like 84 minutes and 30 seconds long, and we might end up in a very similar spot here. We've got a great battle developing between Nitro Motorsports and Silver Hair Racing for that 4th spot. Connor Mozak has dropped off the back of Ben Mayer a bit. I think there's so much traffic that they're running across with lap traffic. I think maybe he set a pick here, but we've got Alonde comfortably out front. Ben Mayer 2nd, Connor Mozak in that final podium spot, but not that far back. There's this battle between Reeves and Tovo. Man, I still can't. Tovo is he's so limited with that vision right now, especially with the right side. Yeah, he can see out of that left side, but with those long right-handers, the exit of Big Bend, the exit of the downhill, the uphill, it's so tough to get that sorted. And now in traffic, it's just going to get worse as he moves to the inside of Preston, the outside of Gray, and works his way through the exit of Big Bend. Great job here by both of these guys, all of these guys, to keep this going here. Cale Phillips running, still back in the lead for TA2. Pro-Am, Odrick 2nd. Doug Winston in the 98 in 3rd. That's who we just went around there. Sorry, I miscalled that number there. But Doug Winston, home race here for him, running 3rd. Preston Peebles in the 72 running 4th. Both of these guys relatively, this is basically their home race here.
Well, Reeves got a break right there at the uphill because he was able to lap that number 97 with the 30 unable to complete the pass until they got here to West Bend. So that has separated 4th and 5th place here just a bit.
Those couple, and then we see the 27 of Mozak all the way down looking for that tire here. These guys are feeling those tread blocks move around. And Cale Phillips is feeling the pressure from Jared Odrick, who looks on the inside. coming out here, we're going to see that dry line start to come into play. We're going to see these guys start coming off of the rain line and start coming onto the dry line. What dictates the best line right now, essentially at this point in the race, is how many people are running it. You can be on paper, you might be on the right line, but if 29 out of 30 cars are running the dry line, they're going to dry that line off, and that's going to become sticky. That's kind of what we're starting to see here as we see this line creep closer and closer to the normal apexes that we normally have around Lime Rock Park. Getting an inch and a little closer to those apex curves as we see Cale Phillips really bringing some good speed through West Bend and the downhill, but Jared Odrick right on his tail. We see Maciek going to the bottom, the 8 of Ben Mayer going to the bottom. Mozak really wants some water, cooling those tires off. Cale throwing a block and going to the bottom as we see Odrick go to the outside. Can he hold it? He does as he clears him into turn 1. Jarek Odrick back to the lead. Pro-Am giving us some of our best racing on the track today.
Power move and the best place to pass at this track on the outside going into Big Bend.
That
well done.
Was excellent. The black underwear sponsored.
Oh gosh.
Double zero. Noah, just the speed of Noah in the beginning of this was awesome, and unfortunately I think he's fighting an ill-handling car here, and you're going to have one of those days.
Yeah, I think that's Harmon's third off at Big Bend today.
I wasn't counting. Poor Noah. I'm sorry, buddy. I love you, man. I hope there's better days ahead here. Obviously, what to go. Oh, and Gavin Gleitzman, who was also having a career best run. We're seeing overheating, obviously, coming out of the overflow there for Gleitzman.
They've got the leaf blower going in the grill, but sorry, that's not going to be enough. 4 laps to go. 3 minutes 20 seconds on the clock. 4 laps remain. Meyer closing in on Day, but only by tenths a lap. 4.3 seconds back. Mosak kind of alone out there, 8 seconds back, and 4th and 5th place battle about 15 seconds off the lead.
That 4th and 5th place battle is the one that we're going to be watching here, and that Pro-Am battle between Odrick and Phillips is our next point of focus.
Odrick's been able to drive away once he completed the pass.
Yeah, he's opened that up to 1.6 seconds there. Yeah, we see a good 10 car lengths right there. He was on a charge in the one. He was going to take that best he could. As we see Reeves now, not lucky this time, gets hung up a little bit through West Bend, probably the same through the downhill, and we'll see if Jackson can get that run with just 3 laps remaining. Really, these for 30 cars on this track. We had a couple mechanical failures for full course yellows and whatnot, but knock on wood, these guys have given us an amazing performance. Regardless of how it ends, whether it's yellow or green, they've done an awesome job here of battling it out and keeping their wits and showing massive maturity and talent on a wet, greasy, slimy Lime Rock Park.
And that they have, Andy. Only 2 full course yellows, 1 for a stalled car, and the other for Matos' crash at the uphill and Harmon's off at Big Bend. Those have been the only full course cautions, and we've had very few waving yellows for local cautions. 2 laps to go.
I've called this the Bristol of road course racing for years. I love it. I love rough and tumble aspect of it. We see Reeves taking a look. He does not want to get bunched up. He does not want Tovo back to his rear bumper. Tovo also wants to get by. I think that's the 29 of Maciek here, as Reeves is trying to make his way by the Pro-Am leader. Odrick, probably his crew is on board saying, no, not for position, don't sweat it, get this by, bring this thing home.
But he needed to make that pass, otherwise Tovo was going to be right to him.
Exactly, he knows that.
Now Tovo clears Odrick and sets off, but he's only got about a lap and a half to do it.
White flag is out.
1 to go. We're going to make it to the advertised distance, and just in time. For Alan Day, 5 seconds up on Meyer. and 12 on Mosak. He has really stretched out his lead in these closing laps.
A testament to the experience of a veteran like Alain Day to be able to come out here, take his first pole in the United States, and now half a lap to go to secure the goal of really staking his claim at a potential 2026 championship challenge here. You know, his teammate has been his biggest rival so far. They're very friendly, obviously. Everybody under that tent works together to do this as we see Alain come down through the final corner.
And on to Sam Posey straight and headed for the checkered flag. Alain Day from the pole takes the checkers in the Cube 3 TA2 race at Lime Rock. Meyer 5.8 seconds back in second. Connor Mosak, an error-free drive to finish this one off, 12.4 seconds off the lead. Here comes Reeves to the flag, and he's going to beat Toyo there by only a car length and a half. Great battle for fourth place all the way to the checkers.
Really happy for all of these drivers. Regardless of the place, all of these drivers are taking something from this race on with them for the rest of their careers here. This was a super challenging event, and the drivers that were striving here and driving well side by side, door to door, absolutely amazing drive.
And in the Pro-Am, Odrick bested Phillips, but only by half a second according to scoring at the checkered flag.
Man, oh man,
if
Jared
that's correct,
was on a charge. I could tell when he walked out after we disqualified him from qualifying last night. Again, nothing wrong with the car. It was just a procedural thing that he was going to have the bit in his teeth and running through this field. Congrats to TRB in an amazing effort by this car and these teams. Congrats to Team SLR for another podium sweep here, 1, 2, 3 in the wet. That's much more impressive on the driver's side than just the car side. Obviously, they've had a very strong advantage with their race cars, but their drivers showing out here.
When we come back, we will celebrate with the winner. You're watching the Cube 3 TA2 Series from Lime Rock Park on Racing America.
Born on America's greatest racetracks, developed in the Top Liner Lab, tested where it matters most. At every turn, every lap, every win. A protective coating engineered under extreme conditions, applied with precision, designed to last. For high-speed laps and for the people who keep America moving. Top Liner. Dealer opportunities nationwide. Inquire for your area at topliner.com.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to beautiful Lime Rock Park, the road racing center of the East. And with Laguna Seca, one of America's first 2 natural terrain purpose-built road racing courses. It opened in 1957 and has played host to great racing, both professional and amateur, ever since. Let's meet the winner with Ford Martin.
Alan Day, the winner of today's TA2 race at Lime Rock Park, steps out of his number 17 JSSI Chevrolet for M1. What a performance. Got his first pole in the United States. As he was talking about yesterday, man, I got to tell you, what a performance today. Taking the win. You knock off Elio Meza, who won the last 5 in a row, and you get one yourself.
Finally. Somebody had to stop him. Yeah, I didn't know exactly what to expect when I started the race. I love to drive in the rain, but here, such a narrow track, very fast. If you just touch the grass a bit, you're going straight to the wall. So it was very, very difficult. It was, I don't know, it was 75 or 68 laps, I don't know, but 100% concentrate. It's really, really demanding. And yeah, what can I say?
Scott Lagasse.
My man, good job. Without this guy, I wouldn't be here, and I really have to thank everybody in Team SLR. They gave me a rocket again, yet again. Yeah, and to JSSI, the main sponsor, that gave me the opportunity to be here. I'm extremely glad for. I'm so happy to be here and be able to finally win in the American soil. I'm very happy, boy.
Now, obviously, it's tough to prepare with the weather. You don't know what's going to happen, but you know, what was the preparation like when you found out? Obviously, this morning there was talks of rain maybe later in the day, in the morning. Now, when it's starting the race on wets, what was that like as far as a preparation standpoint?
I would say that a week ago I already saw the forecast, so I started training on the simulator on the wet, trying to get some kind of like idea. Obviously, I watched the TA2 race this morning, so we tried to get every piece of information because until now it was dry and it was kind of like you went into the unknown. I didn't know exactly what to expect, and I think that's the reason why I lost the first place to Helio in the first lap, because I was still calibrating, you know. It took me a lap or two to calibrate myself, and then when I got into the rhythm, I felt so great, and I just love it.
All right. Obviously, well, Alan, congratulations at a heck of a performance, honestly. That was great to see. What can we see out of this team going forward?
Well, I can only hope to keep dominating like that. We are by far the most hard work people. We are the first to be in the track. We are the last one to leave the track. It's not only the drivers, but also every person in Team SLR. They did an amazing job, and they are working really hard to be able to be, I don't know, 1, 2, 3. I don't know what was that's an amazing. I mean, that's a dream result for us. So hope we will keep the momentum also to the next races. I will keep the momentum also. Trying to stop a bit Helio Meza. We will see.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's Alan Day, winner today, first on the year for number 17. And as we make our way over to the Pro-Am, we'll see if we can find Jared Odrick, who had a big performance with Cale Phillips. Jared, hey man, big performance today. Congratulations. What a battle with you and Cale there in the very end. A couple of big passes. What was that like racing with Cale?
It was great. It was great. You know. Then what ends up happening is then there's a bunch of mumbles after the race that I already saw green papers out. Making protests, and we served 3 penalties today. We also got sent to the back at the beginning of this race. If the way to win is technicalities, then so be it. But I feel like TRB came prepared. I've been working with Scott Adams, watching a lot of Barry Bowe's tape. He's been an inspiration in his wake, and we keep him in mind every day. And as well as this being Memorial Day, having a lot of really interesting conversations about what that means to us as a group and as a country. So I Yeah, I raced with that in mind, and luckily we ended up on the top spot.
All right, thanks, Jared. Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, that's Jared Odrick there. Mike, Andy, back to the booth.
Thank you, Ford. Wow, that was a very hard-fought win, and I'm sorry we don't have him crossing the finish line, but the margin of victory, he had opened it up to about a second and a half, 10 or 12 car lengths, as we said, but at the checkered flag, 0.56 seconds was the margin of victory in Pro-Am. That got close.
That's just about a car length. That means that the 99 was on his bumper through the downhill. As we were watching all the other crazy action and everything finishing up there, that looked like it was sort of case closed, and Cale came back there. That had to be a very exciting finish. Obviously, Cale Phillips with a really strong run. He's the second in points behind Jared. Opened up the season with a win. This is Jared's third in a row, though, and he's had a bunch of single-digit finishes. You know, honestly, I've talked to him many times about potentially moving up to the pro class, and I think he has aspirations in the future of doing so.
I love that drone shot because what I saw were a group of cars in impound without damage. And in a race this long, on a track this narrow and this wet, that is indeed a great testament to not only the skill and the ability, but also the temperament of your drivers, Andy.
I mean, they're supposed to lean on each other a little bit.
Yep.
You know, and
Rubbin is racing, right?
Rubbin's racing, and it never rings truer than in the TA2 series. You know, there's a line, obviously, and we always sometimes have to take a look at who pushes those gray areas. I'm not sure exactly what Jared's talking about there. I'm hoping that this ends up being a good, clean finish for everybody, but I'm sure when I put my headset down and go out of the booth and walk down to talk to Tim and Ernie and the gang and check out the green sheets. When he refers to green sheets, that is the protest form. So we go over video, we look at data, and we hear both sides of whatever potential real estate arguments there were, and we try to sort that out.
Great day of Trans Am and TA2 racing. Here are the results from the TA2 race. 30-car field. Top seven finished on the lead lap. Reeves and Jackson Tovo, you see, separated there by just 0.7 of a second at the finish in what was a great battle for fourth place.
Wild race there. That's awesome to see the Tovo twins that far up. Doug Winston having a good day there with a podium. That's back-to-back podiums for Doug Winston after having to rebuild a car at Sonoma. Stanton Barrett coming from the back to 15th. Prochek having a decent day there. And again, these guys, little offs here and there for some of these guys, but coming through at the end of this in one piece and rolling this thing on the trailer means a lot to a bunch of these guys. Now we're looking at the back, the guys that were a little more unlucky and got into some difficult situations today. I know they're going to be back and better soon. The podium way in the distance there, which is right at the bottom of the hill there, that little red barn, just to the left of that on your screen is the Lime Rock Podium. Usually one of the most fun-filled podiums that we have all year is the crowd participation. Maybe a little light today because it's a mudslide heading right down to the fence there, but always good participation. We see the crowd building up right around the bar there, around the barn there, and a great view of the famous Big Bend.
Great day here at Lime Rock Park for Trans Am and TA2. You're watching Racing America.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you.
Car lovers everywhere. Now you can get next gen at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. Every next-gen formula is built with advanced ceramic technology, and that means a deep gloss finish, serious protection, and long-lasting durability for your paint. World-class racing teams trust NextGen to protect their race cars under the toughest conditions. And you can trust NextGen to protect your car every day. Find NextGen ceramic protection at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get ready for race day with Stack Auto Lifts. The world's fastest racers and the most trusted garage lifts come together to elevate every moment on and off the track. From rugged 4-post lifts and powerful 2-post systems to space-saving single-post and scissor lifts, Stack Auto Lifts delivers strength, precision, and performance for every garage. Brought to you by Stack Auto Lifts, created by racers for racers. Proud partner of Race America for the 2026 season.
Welcome to RacingAmerica.tv. From the local short tracks to the road racing stars of Trans Am, we have you covered. Subscribe now for live access to over 200 grassroots races streaming all season long. Watch anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablet, or TV apps. Get a 10-year archive of grassroots races, plus behind-the-scenes NASCAR team coverage. And when the spotlight turns to Trans Am, Racing America brings you front-row access to the action. This is racing at every level. This is Racing America.
Fourth place today at Lime Rock Park in the Q3 TA2 Series was decided by just 0.6 of a second. Ford is with our fourth place finisher.
All right, here with Max Reeves, a fourth place finish today. Was talking with competition director Gil Martin. Max, what a performance. Race in the rain here and pull off your best career finish here in TA2. Just talk about your evening.
Yeah, we finished fourth, so a good day. We need one more spot. So, I just got to thank all my guys, my crew chief, everybody on this silver hair team. They brought me such a fast car. I wish we could have showed off what I could do in the dry, because I think we could have done more. So, I'm just super thankful to be here, super happy to be here. I didn't end up in the wall like some of these guys, which was I was worried about that. I was worried about, this rain and stuff's weird. So, definitely a lot more to come, hopefully, in this series. I love racing in this series, but hate it for my teammate Noah. I watched him go straight off, which was a free position for me, because I wasn't going to get around him, so that was nice. But I just got to thank all my guys back at Toyota and everybody. It's just been a good day.
We talked with crew chief Kevin Wright, your guy, and asked about what you were saying on the radio, and he said, hey, he's just going to follow Noah the whole way through. And what did you learn from Noah in the first part of that race that you apply in the second half?
Yeah, he was running a really high line, and I was almost just taking his line and maybe backing it down half a car length, and I was gaining on him. So I thought I was faster than Noah. I didn't want to have to pass him. I wanted to stay behind him. So there's a lot to learn from Noah, a lot more than what I could say right now, just because just thinking the whole lap, there's something to learn from Noah. So I was thankful to be behind him, learned a lot there. I think that helped throughout the race, and it was just a good day.
This is your second weekend in a TA2 car, third race overall. What's now your impression after a couple races under your belt in the TA2 series?
It's a lot different than classic short track racing. You might get protested or something, so you got to be careful out here. It's just, I guess, a lot more clean. So it's not quite my style of racing. I want to be able to shove somebody off the track, but I guess it's what it is.
All right, congratulations on your run.
Thank you.
All right, that's Max Reeves. Fourth place on today, a career best for the driver of the Cookout Chevrolet for Silver Hair Racing.
Yeah, he had a great run today. Great finish.
And not only are we learning what a good driver Max Reeves is, we're learning what a good interviewee is. This is going to be entertaining in the future for sure. You can tell off the start, love his attitude, love his drive, and great job by Silver Hair, Gil, Maurice, Laura, and the gang. Cookout, and obviously Bobby Labania as a mentor over there. Big, bright future right there for Max Reeves.
Well, next month, we're back on the road, landing in Indianapolis for Race 6 of the 2026 season. Racing America presents Trans Am at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, featuring the Trans Am and TA2 races on Sunday, June 21st. Watch your favorite drivers battle on the track right here at Racing America. Check out racingamerica.com or gotransam.com for more details. A great, fun day of racing at the Road Racing Center of the East, Lime Rock Park. And our congratulations to Ellen Day in scoring a great win from the pole in less than ideal conditions and with a few cars coming up against the Armco and the tire barriers here. I want to thank Ford Martin, Andy Lally. Always great to sit with you and get to share the excitement of Trans Am racing. And a shout-out and a hello to Matt Yoakum, sidelined today by a medical issue. I'm happy to sit in for him, but sure hope he's back with us at the track soon.
Well, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor to call a race with Mike Joy. Thank you so much, and look forward to more TA2 action in the future.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of Racing America. We hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.